the 30th, 2020. FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, as the business secretariat of SCO in India, has been proactively involved in the SCO activities, especially related to the Business Council, and is therefore organizing this SCO Business Conclave prior to the CHG meeting. We were expecting to have the Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, join us, but unfortunately he's been called away to a very important meeting and has sent his apologies that he will not be able to join us for this meeting. We are, of course, very delighted to have our friend Ambassador Vladimir Norov, Secretary General of SCO, and all the national chapters of the Business Council as well, who are with us, represented by the Chairman and Vice Chairman, and as well as Mr. Sergei Kanavsky, without whose constant support and guidance, this meeting would not have been possible. India's engagement with the SCO region dates back centuries, as we all know, of historic and cultural ties. As a full member of SCO, as a grouping since 2017, India has been received with great warmth and welcome from the SCO Business Council, and has been shown, as is shown in the presence of all the chapters here today, in full strength. I just want to say a few words before we start, and I hand over to the President of FICCI. I'd like to talk about the special times we are in, the times where COVID, the virus, has really affected the whole world in ways that are tragic and has slowed down economic growth in many parts of the world. Many people have lost loved ones, and many people are suffering due to mental illness and so on. It's been a very difficult time, and I think we hope that the light at the end of the tunnel is in sight, with many vaccines that seem to be emerging. Russia has emerged with a vaccine, China has a vaccine, and I think now the West is also coming up with some vaccines. So hopefully there's some light at the end of the tunnel over the coming months. However, we thought very hard about this program today and decided that one of the things we wanted to highlight was traditional medicines to be an addendum to pharmaceuticals that are being developed, modern pharmaceuticals, but traditional medicines also have a lot of value in them. And whether it's from India, from China, from other parts of the world, each of our countries has traditional medicines and traditional medicine ideas that are valuable. And we have organized a session on that. The second thing that has been deeply affected over the last few months has been jobs. As you know, many people have lost their jobs around the world. Unemployment is at all-time highs. And the only way we're going to solve this problem is not only through governments, it's going to be through micro, medium, and small enterprises and entrepreneurship that will start up and the engine of growth again. And it's extremely important that these MSMEs harness technologies, new technologies, and we activate young people around the world. We activate the youth, get them engaged in thinking about what it means to be a job creator rather than purely a job taker. Connectivity here is very important, physical and digital connectivity, and particularly in these times, digital connectivity, digital supply chains, and so on. There are, of course, other issues that are important, such as food security, sustainable food ecosystems, physical connectivity. But today we've decided to focus the conclave on two main issues, two main themes, one being traditional medicine and the benefits for the current crisis and the crisis going forward. And secondly, MSMEs. We think that small companies, it's a very important time for small companies to find ways to create jobs, to retain jobs. And I think it's extremely important for our region to be connected together in whatever way we can, using digital infrastructure and over time, hopefully, more physical connectivity to create opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises to really survive and to thrive. It is, of course, our hope that our leaders will create institutional architecture that will allow us to do this all better. However, as a business council, it's extremely important for us to focus on the economic recovery, closer partnership, and building resilience in the region. Under the leadership of Ambassador Norov, we must work together to fulfill the vision of the SCO and the SCO cooperation as outlined in the Program for Multilateral Trade and Economic Cooperation in the SCO strategy till 2035. And the documents that will be adopted at the forthcoming Council of Heads of Government on November 30th. As the Business Council, we have a responsibility to ensure that B2B interaction and participation in each other's virtual expos and business programs is done to a maximum extent, collaborating on capacity building and investment promotion and working together for the health and well-being of our populations. I would now like to request Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President, FICCI, to share her perspectives with all of us. Thank you very much.
Good morning and namaste and a very warm greeting from all of us in India. I'm delighted to welcome you all virtually to the SCO Business Conclave, Building Economic Resilience, Leveraging Regional Complementarity, Self-Reliance and Cooperative Regionalism for Shared Prosperity. This is indeed a laudable vision and a most appropriate topic. So, Mr. Vladimir Norov, Secretary General, Mr. Sergei Kanovsky, Mr. Shiv Vikram Khemka, other dignitaries, SCO ambassadors, senior members, industry members, delegates, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Secretary General FICCI. On behalf of FICCI, it is indeed our great pleasure to welcome you all warmly to this much needed and very thoughtfully planned deliberation. It is my pleasure to share with you a message from Shri Piyush Goyal, who got called away very suddenly. He sends his warm greetings to everybody and commits on behalf of the ministry utmost cooperation towards strengthening our regional ties, our cooperation and collaboration for the overall good of both countries and the business community in both areas. I also want to formally and specially welcome Ambassador Vladimir Norov, Secretary General of SCO, and all the eminent speakers from the SCO countries at the inaugural session of the SCO Business Conclave. We actually at FICCI had the pleasure of hosting Ambassador Vladimir Norov on January 13th, 2020 in FICCI, wherein Excellency Norov, we very well remember you're sharing your vision on leveraging the Indian industry's potential within SCO and on enhancing cooperation in terms of bilateral trade, e-commerce projects, renewable energy, fighting terrorism, promoting tourism to both our beautiful countries. It is good to connect once again with you, even though we are connecting virtually. It continues to strengthen the ties between our countries and between our organizations and associations. As Mr. Shiv Khemka appropriately observed, FICCI has been mandated by the government to represent Indian industry at the SCO Business Council, and FICCI is one of the oldest and largest and apex chamber of business, and FICCI welcomes India's full membership in SCO since 2017. The Business Council is an important part of SCO and will play an even more significant role with the growing focus on the grouping of economic aspects. And through the Business Council, FICCI aims to build India's SCO vision to strengthen intra-regional trade ties, enhance business opportunities within the region, and build investment opportunities and linkages. We look forward to promoting innovation, and the startup initiative is something that FICCI will especially support. We think that the SEO Startup Forum, which was recently launched by the Commerce Minister, is a significant initiative, and we will definitely support that. We also look forward to promote innovation, cooperation to assist in removing any bottlenecks that industry members may be facing across the intra SEO trade, and believe there's a tremendous potential in that area. I'm actually based in Hyderabad, which is the city where Dr. Reddy's lab is headquartered, and Reddy Lab is the Indian partner for the Russian vaccine. And the trials have recently begun. The consignment arrived about 2 weeks ago in Hyderabad. So I look forward to many more such associations where we can work together and use the science which is available in your wonderful country, proliferate, expand, help manufacture, partner, and distribute to the world. So there are many of these aspects which will unfold in all the areas that were highlighted by Mr. Kemka. And whether we can look at strengthening our cooperation in manufacturing, we look at cooperating further in agri, we look at innovation, and of course in IT and digital, which with AI and ML and IoT are really transforming the way we not only do business, we not only manufacture, but even the way people live, people entertain, people work. Their entire aspect is being transformed, and together we can find ways to cooperate. I want to commend all of you for putting this together, warmly welcome you, wish the deliberations much success, and later during the day, FICCI will showcase its new virtual exhibition, which is an annual exhibition, and the details about the annual convention, wherein the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, will be addressing us. I warmly and personally invite all of you to please join us for that program, and to tell your member business partners to represent themselves at the FICCI Annual Expo. The world has been through an unprecedented crisis, which has taught us many things. Whether it is disruption in supply, global supply chains, demystifying some of the aspects of technology so that they can become part of everyday use, and creating an inclusive and a multilateral society which is also focused on environment and sustainability. All these are lessons we carry into the new year, which is coming soon. But most importantly, it has taught us the importance of relationships, of ties together, and of joint collaboration in every manner. Whether it was the medical community which stood up to serve humanity, or the business community which quickly transformed to help keep the economy going, or the government which worked together, and business bodies like ours who find ways to make all these linkages. Each one of us have learned the important aspect of protecting lives and livelihood. And so, as an important part of this mission, I wish the deliberations all success. I welcome you all warmly and look forward to meeting you in person in the near future. Thank you very much, and namaste. Over to you, Mr. Kemka. That was a brief overview of what's coming in the FICCI Annual Expo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Thank you for your kind words, and we welcome all of you to participate in the exciting virtual expo that's going to happen over the coming year. I would now like to invite Ambassador Norov to share his thoughts and vision with us for the entire SCO region. As we all know, Ambassador Norov has been a visionary and a tremendous leader and a beacon of hope for all of us in SCO. And so I request Ambassador Norov for a few words.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин Шри Шив Викрам Хемга, уважаемая госпожа Сангита Редди, уважаемый господин Сергей Канавский, уважаемые главы делегации, дамы и господа. Приветствую всех участников делового конклава ШОС и выражаю благодарность организаторам за приглашение выступить на сегодняшнем мероприятии, которое проходит в преддверии заседания Совета глав правительств стран-членов ШОС, организуемое под председательством Индии. Хотел бы в этой связи еще раз обозначить активность индийской стороны в преддверии этого важного встречи глав правительств. По инициативе индийской стороны были проведены форум стартапов. Кроме того, было организовано первое заседание консорциума экономических аналитических центров. Проведена также встреча министров, ответственных за внешнеэкономическую деятельность стран-членов ШОС. Предложенная тема делового конклава ШОС является своевременным и весьма актуальным, потому как пандемия коронавируса нанесла огромный ущерб общественному здравоохранению и мировой экономике, спровоцировала нестабильность мирового продовольственного рынка. Из-за перебоев в цепочках поставок и производства наблюдается банкротство многих компаний, прежде всего малого и средних предприятий, рост безработицы в большинстве стран мира, в том числе и в странах ШОС. Следует отметить, что несмотря на возникшие сложности и негативные последствия, связанные с пандемией коронавируса, ШОС достаточно быстро адаптировалась под новые реалии. Лидеры стран-членов на прошедшей 10 ноября саммите дали высокую оценку председательству Российской Федерации в ШОС, которое способствовало приданию новой динамики и качества развитию нашей организации. Прежде всего, существенно укрепилась востребованность ШОС как действенной площадки для выработки коллективных мер по преодолению эпидемиологических мер, по преодолению политических, а также социально-экономических последствий пандемии на основе принципов шанхайского духа. По итогам саммита утвержден план действий на 2021-2025 годы по реализации стратегии развития ШОС до 2025 года. Это фактически дорожная карта нашей организации, предусматривающая проведение в ближайшие годы около 150 практических мероприятий по всему спектру многопланового сотрудничества, которые направлены на скорейшее восстановление экономик государств-членов организации после пандемии и дальнейшую активизацию многопланового торгово-экономического сотрудничества. В Московской декларации саммита ШОС государственными членами было особо подчеркнуто, что они выступают за дальнейшее укрепление сотрудничества в области торговли, производства, транспорта, энергетики, финансов, инвестиций, сельского хозяйства, таможни, телекоммуникаций, информационных технологий, инноваций и других представляющих взаимный интерес в сферах в целях открытого, инклюзивного, инновационного, зеленого и устойчивого развития. При этом ими отмечена необходимость оказания содействия созданию благоприятных условий для развития торговли и инвестиций, необходимых для постепенного осуществления свободного передвижения товаров, капиталов, услуг и технологий, как это предусмотрено Хартией ШОС. По итогам прошедшего саммита председательство перешло к таджикской стороне. Таджикистан намерен на основе принципа преемственности работать над дальнейшим развитием ШОС и полным использованием ее потенциала. В части приоритетов в сфере экономического взаимодействия Таджикистан намерен сосредоточиться, в частности, на разработку эффективных механизмов поддержки малого и среднего предпринимательства, а также притока инвестиций по линии делового совета и межбанковского объединения ШОС в сотрудничестве с международными финансовыми институтами. Таджикская сторона намерена также провести первые совещания министров промышленности и энергетики государств-членов организации. Дорогие друзья, в то же время, несмотря на все негативные последствия, пандемия коронавируса принесла в наш мир новые возможности. Прежде всего, кризис пандемии ускорил процесс цифровой трансформации практически во всех секторах социально-экономической жизни государств. Очевидно, что цифровая экономика и трансграничная электронная торговля будут играть все более важную роль в восстановлении мировой экономики после COVID-19. В прошлом году мировые розничные онлайн-продажи составили $3,5 триллиона США. По оценкам, общий объем глобальных розничных онлайн-продаж достигнет почти $5 триллионов в следующем году, что составит 17,5% от общего объема глобальных розничных продаж. Утвержденная в ноябре прошлого года на заседании глав правительств программа в Ташкенте многостороннего торгово-экономического сотрудничества государств-членов ШОС открывает путь к комплексному многоотраслевому сотрудничеству с опорой на цифровизацию и высокие технологии. Преимущества цифровой экономики также приведут к тому, что массовое предпринимательство подстегнет социальную мобильность и будет обеспечено более широкое экономическое участие маргинализированных групп населения. Опыт корпорации Alibaba Group показывает, как цифровая экономика может быть неотъемлемой частью открытия новых возможностей и стимулирования инклюзивного роста, создав более 46 миллионов прямых и косвенных рабочих мест в Китае и предоставив возможность десяткам миллионов малых и средних предприятий и стартапов через свои платформы. Такие примеры можно привести и по другим нашим государствам. 5 декабря 2018 года корпорация Alibaba подписала соглашение с федеральным правительством Бельгии об открытии первой всемирной электронной торговой платформы на территории Европы. В результате для малого и среднего бизнеса создаются более удобные условия для того, чтобы заниматься трансграничной электронной коммерцией и экспортировать качественные европейские товары в Китай. Я думаю, что такие платформы должны быть созданы и на пространстве ШОС. Однако очень важно использовать преимущества технологий, не оставляя никого позади в цифровом мире после пандемии коронавируса. Цифровая грамотность актуальна для стран ШОС и является препятствием для принятия необходимых цифровых услуг на всем пространстве организации. В этой связи президент Узбекистана Шавкат Мирзияев на Московском саммите ШОС предложил разработку программы сотрудничества по развитию цифровой грамотности. Соответствующая программа с участием 21 правительственных и неправительственных организаций, а также крупных мировых компаний в сфере ИКТ, электронной торговли, разработана и реализуется в рамках цифровой инициативы АСЕАН, которая предусматривает подготовку в сфере ИКТ 20 миллионов работников малого и среднего предприятий, а также обучить цифровой грамотности и безопасности в интернете 40 миллионов отдельных граждан стран АСЕАН. Думаю, что такая программа будет очень полезна для наших стран на основе развития государственно-частного партнерства в этой сфере. И благодаря реализации цифровой инициативы АСЕАН планирует увеличить ВВП на своем пространстве в предстоящие десятилетия на $1 триллион США. Рассчитываем на то, что деловой совет ШОС станет инициатором разработки программ сотрудничества по развитию цифровой грамотности и развития трансграничной торговли на пространстве ШОС. Хочу вас заверить, что секретариат ШОС готов оказать всемирную поддержку в этом вопросе. Уважаемые участники делового конклава, пользуясь предоставленной мне возможностью, хочу отметить, что государства-члены ШОС придают традиционной медицине большое значение и поддерживают ее развитие. В ходе недавнего саммита ШОС генеральный секретарь Си Цзиньпин в своем выступлении отметил, что традиционная медицина показала уникальную ценность и важную роль в борьбе с эпидемией, и страны ШОС должны продолжать углублять обмен знаниями и опытом для построения более тесного сообщества единой судьбой. В этой связи лидер Китая отметил важность повышения роли форума традиционной медицины ШОС, активизирует обмен опытом и взаимное обогащение. Премьер-министр Индии господин Нарендра Моди в рамках саммита ШОС также подчеркнул важность народной медицины. Им предложено было создание рабочей группы по вопросам традиционной медицины в целях распространения на пространстве ШОС знаний об этом древнем направлении с возможностью их последующего внедрения в достижение современной медицины. Вопросы развития многостороннего сотрудничества в рамках ШОС в сфере традиционной медицины всесторонне обсуждались на форуме, организованной китайской стороной 30 июля, и семинаре, организованной индийской стороной 22 сентября текущего года, в ходе которых была выражена готовность участниками этих мероприятий в объединении усилий в этой сфере для оказания содействия в укреплении общественного здравоохранения на пространстве организации. Хотел бы добавить, что малый и средний бизнес как раз-таки может активно применить свои возможности для развития традиционной медицины. Я посетил провинцию Юнань в городе Кунмин, компанию по производству лекарств традиционной медицины. В этой компании 6000 аптек по всему Китаю. И у него поставщики, это необходимый растение, из которого готовится продукция традиционной медицины, более 2000. То есть это 6000 тех же аптек, это представители малого и среднего бизнеса, и еще 2000 производителей сельхозпродуктов имеют возможность, значит, укреплять свои экономические возможности. И поэтому в целях реализации предложенных в рамках вот, указанных обсуждений, инициатив и предложений считает целесообразным разработать программу многостороннего сотрудничества в рамках ШОС в сфере развития традиционной медицины. Выражаю уверенность в том, что в ходе сегодняшних выступлений будут предложены новые инициативы по поддержке, а также повышению роли и возможностей малого и среднего предприятия в преодолении негативных последствий пандемии в сфере экономики и укрепления общественного здравоохранения. И хочу еще раз подчеркнуть, что секретариат ШОС готов поддержать любые инициативы и принять активное участие в их реализации. Желаю всем участникам плодотворной работы. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо, господин Norov. Thank you, Ambassador Norov, once again for your very insightful words, again emphasizing the importance of traditional medicines in the whole region, and also talking about medium and small enterprises, and particularly important, I think, the need for digital connectivity, digital literacy, and digital infrastructure in our region. So thank you very much for those comments. I would now like to invite the Executive Secretary of SCO Business Council and the chairs of the SCO national chapters to share their vision for regional cooperation across the region. We'd like to start, please, with Mr. Sergei Kanavsky, Executive Secretary of SCO's Business Council.
Большое спасибо, мистер Хемка. Я очень рад приветствовать сегодняшних участников нашего мероприятия. Благодарю организаторов за предоставленную возможность выступить и очень благодарен председателям национальных частей, представителям национальных частей за их желание, активную такую поддержку этой конференции, этого бизнес-конклава, новое для нас название, выступить на сегодняшнем мероприятии, потому что действительно мы сейчас работаем в очень трудное время, время пандемии, которое полностью перевернуло ситуацию в экономике для большинства стран, заставило принимать новые решения, а самое главное, как сказал Владимир Мамыч, которому тоже большое, так скажем, большое спасибо за его активную поддержку участия в деятельности делового совета. Как он сказал, эти новые решения, эти новые возможности, эти новые ситуации, они заставляют нас принимать быстрые решения. Быстрые, потому что пандемия развивается, пандемия никак не стихает во всех странах. и нам нужно находить какие-то новые решения для того, чтобы экономика действовала, для того, чтобы экономика была эффективной. Естественно, да, сегодня мы будем говорить, наверное, о том, что больше всего страдает малый, средний бизнес, микробизнес. Появились даже новые термины, касающиеся, вот, например, в России появились так называемые самозанятые. Это микробизнес, который сейчас очень-очень активно развивается, в том числе и в России. И я полагаю, что да, в этой системе, в этой ситуации нам необходимо именно развивать сильные стороны друг друга, развивать эффективное взаимоиспользование сильных сторон, объединяться, кооперироваться, создавать новые производства, в этом совместное производство, в этом как раз есть шанхайский дух. Действительно, Шанхайская организация сотрудничества, она доказала свою эффективность, доказала свою актуальность уже даже по линии делового совета в самом начале пандемии. Мы оказали помощь проектам в Китае, всякими медицинскими средствами защиты, а затем Китай оказал через структуры ШОС помощь странам в защите, в преодолении последствий пандемии. Но мы все больше и больше утверждаемся в том, что все наши усилия, все наши возможности, они соединяются, кооперируются именно под эгидой Шанхайской организации сотрудничества как организации нового типа и действительно показавшей свою высокую эффективность. Я уверен, что сегодня большинство представителей национальных частей, председателей национальных частей будут говорить о необходимости содействия развитию малого и среднего бизнеса, необходимости цифровизации, проведения программ цифровизации. Мы об этом говорили совсем недавно на нашем заседании правления делового совета, приняли соответствующие решения, приняли соответствующие направления деятельности. И тема здравоохранения, фармацевтики, создания системы охраны здоровья сегодня тоже очень актуальна для деятельности делового совета. Дело в том, что еще несколько лет назад, вернее даже больше 5 лет назад, деловой совет поднимал тему сотрудничества в области здравоохранения, прежде всего через идею создания совместных центров охраны здоровья, где сочеталась бы классическая медицина и традиционная, как мы ее называем, восточная медицина. Особенно эти центры можно было бы хорошо организовать там, где нужна большая работа по дооперационному и послеоперационному реабилитационному восстановлению пациентов. Это в том числе и центры, где можно было бы использовать возможности телемедицины, специфической фармакологической продукции, но, естественно, с учетом того, что методика, средства применяемые, специалисты были бы сертифицированы на национальном и международном уровне, чтобы не было, как мы говорили, системы обмана в традиционной медицине, то, что касается индийской медицины, то, что касается китайской медицины. Мы знаем, что в эти трудные времена махровым цветом развивается непонятная для нас иногда система вот этих вот оказания услуг. И, конечно, в этой связи хотелось бы, чтобы национальные части взяли на себя ответственность за качественное предоставление таких услуг. Нам кажется, что эта система могла бы решать и социальные вопросы, социальные проблемы, потому что ее можно было бы градировать по уровню социального статуса больных, по их финансовым возможностям. И проведение создание таких центров позволяли бы, может быть, более эффективно действовать и классической медицине. Я думаю, что в условиях конференции сегодняшней, конклава сегодняшнего, будут представлены новые идеи, новые проекты, поэтому я желаю нашему сегодняшнему мероприятию успеха, уверен, что оно пройдет с успехом. Хотел бы еще раз поблагодарить организаторов за возможность выступить, за актуальность поднятых вопросов, поприветствовать всех наших сегодняшних друзей и сказать большое спасибо Владимиру Ивановичу за поддержку делового совета ШОС. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо, господин Kanavsky. I'd like to now invite Mr. Raimbek Batalov, the chairman of the national chapter of the SCO Business Council from Kazakhstan, and also chairman of the board of directors of Raimbek Group, to please join us.
Добрый день. Спасибо, господин Хемка. Я в первую очередь хотел бы поблагодарить организаторов в том, что настолько важную, актуальную тему вы поднимаете и организовываете сегодняшнюю конференцию «Конклав». Как уже говорили о том, что пандемия заставила всех нас пересмотреть очень многое, и каждый в своем выступлении, и госпожа Редди, и господин Норов отметили, что действительно много чего меняется, и меняются подходы в первую очередь, подходы, если говорить со стороны государства, и со стороны общественных объединений, и со стороны бизнеса. В общем, вся эта ситуация действительно заставляет нас пересмотреть вопросы эффективности, вопросы производительности. И жизнь действительно заставляет нас, в связи с тем, что есть очень много ограничений, действительно совершенно по-другому подходить к те проблемы, которые на сегодняшний день очень и очень актуальны. И мне кажется, что вот, по крайней мере, мы сейчас в рамках делового совета видим, что очень важный фокус нужно сделать все-таки на малое и среднее предпринимательство, на микропредпринимательство, потому что это все-таки, ну, во-первых, это основные рабочие места, как мы понимаем, я думаю, что практически в каждой стране. Ну и второе, это, наверное, наиболее уязвимый такой вот пласт предпринимательства, который на сегодняшний день страдает очень и очень сильно. И здесь, мне кажется, важно две вещи. Первое – это нам научиться все-таки самим обмениваться опытом, потому что у каждой страны, безусловно, есть бесценный опыт. Он есть и у индийской стороны, потому что мы понимаем, как развивается там малое и среднее предпринимательство. Он есть и в Китае, он есть и в России, и в наших других странах ШОС. Поэтому мне кажется, что здесь вот очень важно проводить такие конференции, но не менее важно, как мне кажется, чтобы мы все-таки наладили именно рабочий процесс обмена опытом, обмена программами, адаптации этих программ, выделение определенных бюджетов на адаптацию этих программ. И вот этот рабочий процесс, именно рабочий процесс, я об этом хотел вот акцентировать. Вот, мне кажется, это один из важных блоков, который нам требует все-таки еще раз в рабочем порядке, наверное, обсудить и уже закреплять в наших планах, в наших мероприятиях и в наших бюджетах. Потому что у нас, к сожалению, очень часто бывает, что мы поднимаем очень хорошие актуальные темы, но дальше уже каждый работает сам по себе и, как говорится, в своем собственном соку варится. Сейчас время наступило, еще раз подчеркиваю, как мне кажется, все-таки более эффективно нам обмениваться этим опытом. Ну, могу сказать, что про опыт Казахстана мы предлагаем две тематики. Первая тема – это платформа, которая помогает, как говорится, больше внешним связям для малого и среднего бизнеса. Это и в части, например, организации выставок, в части организации конференций, в части организации тренингов. И мне кажется, это тоже очень важно, чтобы некая онлайн-платформа, где уже есть определенный процесс, да, мы могли, не летая, а используя именно онлайн-коммуникации, да, проводить и конференции, и выставки, и иметь возможность продавать свой товар и услуги на разные рынки. Я считаю, что вот эффективные платформы, такие вот интересные платформы, они этому помогают, и у Казахстана есть такая платформа, мы готовы ей делиться. Второе очень важное направление – это, конечно, обучение самого малого и микробизнеса, наверное, так, малого, среднего и микробизнеса, работе в облаке. Да, и мы видим, что сейчас у малого бизнеса появилась большой спрос и потребность в знаниях. К сожалению, пока еще не большая доля малого и микробизнеса тянется к знаниям, но жизнь заставляет все-таки уже обращать внимание, а как онлайн-продажи организовывать, да, а как вести бизнес не по тетрадке, а в облачных учетных системах, как свой бизнес сделать более эффективным. И вот у казахстанской стороны тоже есть этот опыт, мы готовы делиться, у нас есть программы, причем совместные программы с государством, где идет государственно-частное партнерство. Я считаю, что это правильное направление, потому что роль государства в этих процессах, она очень важна. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо, Раймбек. Очень интересно, очень важно. I'd now like to invite Mr. Wu Meng, Secretary General of SCO Chinese Business Council, Director General of Department of Bilateral Cooperation at CCOIC, China. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Ambassador Vladimir Norov, dear Mr. Shiv Kema, dear Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, and dear Mr. Sergio Kanavsky, dear colleagues and guests, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to meet you through the video. On behalf of SCO Chinese Business Council and the China Chamber of International Commerce, CCOIC, I would like to thank Vicky for organizing this meaningful online meeting. Since its founding, the SCO has traveled an extraordinary journey. It has stood the test of time and become a major constructive force in the Eurasia region and global affairs. In the face of COVID-19, we have backed each other up to tide up over the difficulties together. Such solidarity has injected positive energy into both the SCO's steady development and the international cooperation against the coronavirus. COVID-19 has put all countries through a tough test. In the case of China, our people have exerted extraordinary efforts and made major strategic gain in controlling the coronavirus. The Chinese economy is steadily picking up, as evidenced by the positive overall growth in the first 3 quarters, as evidenced by including a 0.7% growth in foreign trade and a 5.2% rise in paid-in foreign investment. This is a major contribution to economic recovery in the world. China has a population of 1.4 billion and a middle-income group that exceeds 400 million. The vastly huge China market is the most promising in the world. Total import into China is estimated to top $22 trillion in the coming decades. Chinese manufacturing now makes an important and positive part of the global industrial and supply chains. Demand on the massive domestic market in China will continue to unleash endless potential for innovation. In the 14th five-year plan period, China will continue to take innovation-driven development, industrial optimization and upgrading, and stimulating the vitality of market players as key tasks. Business organizations are the main forces of the SCO economic and trade cooperation. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, CCOIC has actively responded and made 10 action plans to stabilize foreign trade and foreign investment, and helped the SCO countries, many in the following aspects, to deal with negative influence in the epidemic. First, we promoted the smooth operation of the foreign trade industrial chain and supply chain by helping foreign trade enterprises to guarantee orders, stabilize share, and eventually to reduce losses. We held online promotion meetings with the Union Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Eastern Siberia and invited enterprises from both sides to conduct B2B negotiations in fields of petroleum, chemical industry, and tourism, which achieved very good results. Secondly, we provide price service to the enterprises. We have launched compilation of the Business Environment Guide for companies investing abroad from China. We have compiled Russia, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, India, and Pakistan to guide Chinese companies to carry out investment cooperation in an orderly manner. The Russian volume was officially released last month. We also contacted with Russian Federation Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Kyrgyz Republic to collect the difficulties and demands of the enterprises in actual cooperation and reflected the demands of the enterprises to the relevant department for resolutions. Thirdly, we provide enterprises with high-quality commercial legal services of the whole chain. We integrated commercial law resources and focused on providing enterprises with compliance certification, arbitration, and mediation services. By October 23, nearly 900 force majeure factual certificates involving Russia, India, and the other SCO countries has been issued, with a total amount of over $6.9 billion, effectively helping enterprises to diffuse the risk of compliances. Next, the Chinese Business Council is ready to work with all parties to actively promote business cooperation and boost regional economic development and social recovery. First, we will keep innovation in mind and create more online docking and communication platforms. The epidemic has restricted the traditional economic and trade activities. We should innovatively adopt cooperation and communication methods suitable for epidemic prevention and control by building e-exhibition platform, online seminars, online matchmakings, and other non-contact online operation platform. In this way, enterprises will be guided to precise docking and the digital Machipai bridge will be built. Second, we will go on making recommendations to promote the smooth cooperation of regional industry and supply chain. We suggest that after meeting the requirements of epidemic prevention and control, enterprises' demand should be extensively collected. Major business and production technical personnel exchanges should be steadily recovered. The cargo transit capacity of border, roads, ports should be quickly restored. The supply of important materials and raw materials should be guaranteed. All the above measures will eventually benefit regional industrial and supply chain stability and economic recovery. Third, we will deepen bilateral, multilateral, and regional cooperation and promote trade and investment liberalization and facilitation within the region. Business organizations should strengthen cooperation and implement the joint communique of the heads of the states of the Shanghai Cooperation Organizations on simplifying trade procedures. Push the government departments to sign trade facilitation agreements as soon as possible. strengthen the communication with high standards, free trade zone in the world, promote the level of regional trade liberalization and facilitation. In the future, we will continue to work with the business organizations of other countries to forge ahead with sincere cooperation, build high-quality platforms, and provide all-around services for enterprises, exchanging ideas, projects, and matchmaking, and conducting industrial cooperation, and finally, make greater contribution to promoting regional trade and investment cooperation and improving the well-being of the people of all the countries. At the same time, we welcome all parties to seize China's new development opportunities and actively deepen cooperation with China. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wu Meng. I'd now like to invite Mr. Mian Anjum Nisar, Chairman, National Chapter of the SCO Business Council from Pakistan, President of the Federation of Pakistan Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Thank you. Is Mr. Anjum there? Mr. Mia Anjum Nisar, are you online? Okay, we will then invite him back if he joins. Hello?
No, I'm saying we can get back to him.
Yeah, we'll get back to him. Let's move on then to Mr. Jamshed Juma Khonzoda, Chair, National Chapter of the SCO Business Council from Tajikistan, Chair of CCI of Tajikistan.
Уважаемый доктор Сангита Реди, уважаемый Владимир Иманович, уважаемый господин Викрам Хемка, уважаемый господин Сергей Владимирович, уважаемый руководитель делового совета, дамы и господа. Для меня является большой честью участвовать на создании бизнес-конклава в рамках делового форума ШОС. Пользуясь представленной возможностью, хотел бы поблагодарить национальной части делового совета ШОС от Индии, а также Федерацию торгово-промышленных палат Республики Индии, национальные части делового совета ШОС за организацию данного мероприятия, а также, конечно же, секретаря делового совета ШОС за организацию этого мероприятия. Хотел бы отметить, что Республика Таджикистан очень активно и успешно участвует на различных уровнях и мероприятиях, проводимых в рамках ШОС. Руководство Таджикистана уделяет особое внимание, придает важное значение сотрудничеству делового совета в рамках ШОС. Я хотел бы отметить, что страны ШОС являются главными торговыми партнерами. Is it okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Хотел бы отметить, что страны ШОС являются главными партнерами, торговыми партнерами Республики Таджикистан. На долю стран ШОС приходится более 60% торгового оборота. Республика Таджикистан имеет торговые отношения с более чем 100. Уважаемые коллеги, в соответствии с правилами процедуры ШОС в 2020 году председательство ШОС от Российской Федерации перейдет к Республике Таджикистан. Юбилейный саммит ШОС в 2021 году пройдет в городе Душанбе. В этой связи на основании протокола заседания правления ШОС от 6 ноября 2020 года председатель делового совета ШОС переходит в Республику Таджикистан. Я и моя команда готовы приложить максимум усилий для того, чтобы мы провели наше председательство на высоком уровне. И чтобы этот год, следующий год был очень эффективным для сотрудничества наших стран. Республика Таджикистан начала подготовку к принятию очередного председательства ШОС на период 2020-2021 года, в ходе которого намерена внести достойный вклад в дальнейшее развитие организации. Год председательства Республики Таджикистан намерена сконцентрировать свои усилия в рамках ШОС и в рамках делового ШОС по укреплению торгово-экономических, культурных и гуманитарных связей на пространстве ШОС. В настоящее время Республика Таджикистан заинтересована в рамках ШОС развивать сотрудничество и в привлечении инвестиций в сфере гидроэнергетики, горнодобывной промышленности, сельского хозяйства и легкой промышленности. Я бы хотел отметить, что в скором времени, с 26 ноября по 17 декабря, мы намерены также организовать первую онлайн выставку таджикской продукции. Коллеги должны выключить, правильно я понял? У нас ничего нет, у нас один ноутбук только. Может быть, у коллег включено. Я могу продолжить?
We can hear you, Mr. Jumakon Zoda, we can hear you. Sometimes it goes off, but basically we can hear you.
Хорошо, я попробую. Хотел бы отметить, что мы, Таджикистан, торгово-промышленная палата Республики Таджикистан, организовывает первую онлайн-международную выставку с 26 ноября по 17 декабря. И, пользуясь возможностью, хотел бы пригласить моих коллег, а также бизнес-сообщества Шанхайской организации сотрудничества, чтобы посетили нашу выставку. И я полностью согласен с моими коллегами о том, что действительно, несмотря на то, что COVID-19 нарушила некоторые наши планы, но вместе с тем открыла новые возможности. И цифровая экономика, вопросы цифровой экономики, онлайн-торговли, это все становится для нас, для наших стран актуальной. Мы намерены также придать очень важное значение этим направлениям. То есть поддержка малого и среднего предпринимательства, вопросы онлайн-торговли, вопросы межрегионального сотрудничества. Это все те вопросы, на которые мы также будем придавать особое значение. Для нас очень важным является опыт наших коллег. И в заключение я бы хотел отметить, что мы в будущем намерены тесно сотрудничать в рамках главы Совета ШОС и намерены направить свои усилия для укрепления торгово-экономического сотрудничества. Всегда готовы рассмотреть любые предложения по взаимовыгодному сотрудничеству, привлечению капитала и внедрению передовых технологий. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. Spasiba. And again, very important comments. I apologize for the slight problems with the technology. We would now like to invite Mrs. Rima Apasova, Vice President, CCI Kyrgyzstan, Head of Business Partnership Department, CCI Kyrgyz Republic, please.
Здравствуйте, уважаемый генеральный секретарь Владимир Норов, ШОС, уважаемый господин Хемка, председатель национальной части делового совета от ФИКИ, уважаемая Сангита Рейди, уважаемый Сергей Вадимович, уважаемые, очень уважаемые наши коллеги, президенты палат Узбекистана, Таджикистана, Казахстана. Мы также очень рады вас приветствовать от национальной части делового совета ШОС и от торгово-промышленной палаты Кыргызской Республики за приглашение участвовать в таком очень важном мероприятии. Да, для нас это новое слово «конклав», но это сейчас актуально, и мы должны все вместе как можно чаще собираться в такое тяжелое время для мира, когда обостряется с каждым днем COVID и охватил все рынки мира. И, естественно, мы, как деловой совет ШОС, мы также испытываем вот эти все трудности и проблемы. Хочу отметить вот важность тем проведения заседания, организованное Федерацией индийских торгово-промышленных палат, как использование традиционной медицины и как роль малого и среднего предпринимательства и возможности его в период пандемии. Индия и страны ШОС для Кыргызстана являются приоритетными партнерами в торгово-экономической сфере. И, конечно же, цифры товарооборота, которые были ранее, они сейчас у нас резко упали. Это и с Китайской Народной Республикой, и с другими странами ЕАЭС, с которыми мы имеем очень важные отношения. И учитывая вот эти все негативы, мы все-таки, Кыргызстан оставляет свой рынок открытым для сотрудничества, и мы также рассчитываем на свободный доступ на рынки партнеров всех стран ШОС, чтобы экспортировать нашу кыргызскую продукцию на взаимовыгодной основе. Сейчас это экспорт продукции идет, но не такими темпами, потому что имеются проблемы на границах по передвижению. Мы об этом ранее говорили, это через рынки Казахстана, через территорию Казахстана. Но мы сейчас не стоим на месте, мы сейчас ищем новые рынки передвижения. И уже некоторые наши бизнесмены находят через рынки, минуя территорию Казахстана, через Турцию и далее по передвижению. Все-таки мы должны не останавливаться на этом месте. И, естественно, все страны ШОС являются привлекательными с экономической точки зрения для Кыргызстана. И, конечно же, не секрет ни для кого, что страны Центральной Азии, в том числе и Кыргызстан, обладают богатыми природными энергетическими ресурсами, в которых заинтересованы другие страны ШОС, как Индия, как Китай. Мы предоставляем очень важный стратегический транспортно-коммуникационный узел для развития экономических взаимоотношений. Ну, надо сказать, что я отдельно хочу отметить состояние взаимоотношений между Кыргызстаном и Индией, ну и странами Центральной Азии, странами ШОС. За годы независимости, конечно, оно шло динамично в развитии. Я уже не говорю о обострении пандемии. И все-таки вот этот потенциал, который мы сохранили, который мы имели, надо его сохранять, ну и немного брать стратегию на развитие и укрепление. Мы, если рассматривать наше сотрудничество как одно из приоритетных направлений, то через комплекс нашего комплексного взаимодействия все-таки можно достичь серьезных результатов. Допустим, с Индией у нас очень хорошие взаимоотношения в сфере здравоохранения. Вот мы сегодня на пленарном заседании будем говорить о использовании традиционной медицины. Это очень важно для Кыргызстана и для других стран ШОС, вот это использование традиционной медицины. И именно в этот период коронавируса. И в вопросах лечения онкологии, не только в вопросах лечения коронавируса, но и других заболеваний, о которых мы не должны забывать. Есть много других заболеваний. И в этом отношении для нас Индия может стать хорошим помощником. И вторая, кстати, Индия очень нам дали хорошую помощь, и мы им благодарны за сотрудничество в сфере здравоохранения, особенно в вопросах лечения онкологических заболеваний. И второе пленарное заседание, которое будет организовано, это посвящено вопросам развития малого и среднего предпринимательства. Вот здесь об этом уже ранее мои коллеги говорили, об использовании цифровой технологии. Вот это очень важно для Кыргызстана. Я вот думаю, что у нас сейчас в Кыргызстане предпринимаются усилия по выведению из кризиса постепенными шагами. Правительством принимаются меры. И, кстати, торговые у нас есть комитеты, как и у всех вас, где поднимаются все эти вопросы от наших бизнесменов. И эти вопросы, эти предложения направляются для рассмотрения в правительство. И я хочу сказать, что где-то 16 предложений, которые выдвинуты от Торгово-промышленной палаты Кыргызской Республики, они сейчас находятся на рассмотрении, а некоторые уже и в реализации. Это вопросы по налоговым, по улучшению благоприятной среды в период пандемии, по налоговым каникулам, по выделению микрофинансовых вопросов и кредитования. Вот. И я думаю, что эти вопросы касаются всех стран ШОС, поэтому я не буду сейчас много говорить, это как я хочу вас всех поприветствовать, пожелать вам большого здоровья, не болейте, пожалуйста. Я очень рада всех вас видеть живыми, здоровыми. И чтобы наши вот эти онлайн-встречи, они также, мы должны привыкнуть к этому. Мы должны с вами общаться уже в режиме онлайн. Это, мне кажется, сейчас очень хорошо. Мы видим людей прямо хорошо мы видим друг друга, людей в лицо, тет на тет. Поэтому я хочу пожелать вам дальнейшей плодотворной работы и достижения результата вашей деятельности. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо, госпожа Пасова. Очень интересно, и я согласен с вами. Нам надо работать так. Это нам помогает. I'd like to now invite Mr. Vladimir Padalko, Vice President, CCI of Russia, to please join us.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день, руководители национальных частей, представители национальных частей делового совета ШОС, дамы и господа. Ну, прежде всего, пользуясь случаем, хотел бы, наверное, и от вашего имени, прежде всего, поздравить Раимбека Баталова с днем рождения. 21 числа в субботу у Раимбека был юбилей, 50 лет. И по казахстанским обычаям они там празднуют 3 дня. Так вот, сегодня он на работу вышел ради того, чтобы всех нас увидеть и, наверное, услышать от нас поздравления. Поздравляем его с этим.
Спасибо огромное. Thank you very much.
Поздравляем.
Сиси.
Вот видите, он уже на всех языках. Молодец. Молодец. Уважаемые коллеги, 30 числа, вы знаете, соберутся вместе руководители, главы наших правительств. Я прежде всего имею в виду Шанхайскую организацию сотрудничества. Мы готовим Сергея Николаевича Катырина выступить на саммите и доложить о результатах работы, деятельности делового совета ШОС в год российского председательства. Поэтому все то, что сегодня было вами сказано, с учетом предыдущих наших дискуссий на протяжении всего 2020 года, мы постараемся упаковать в его выступление перед главами правительств с тем, чтобы донести нашу точку зрения, общую точку зрения, где, на каких моментах стоит обратить первостепенное внимание в дальнейшей работе на экономическом направлении в рамках нашей организации. Ну, наверное, мы абсолютно точно акцентируем внимание на том, что все-таки мы научились встречать вызовы и противодействовать им. Посмотрите, в марте месяце, как только ковид стал реально проявлять себя в наших странах, мы все вместе приняли с вами декларацию, тем самым побудили практически наши национальные фирмы и компании активно работать над созданием вакцины и в конце концов не держать у себя вот эти вот разработки, а сразу же принимать усилия к их массовому производству и к распространению. Поэтому все то, что сделано на сегодняшний момент, и вот те обещания, которые во всяком случае российская сторона всем дала на сегодняшний момент, мы считаем, что здесь есть и наша общая заслуга делового совета, что мы своевременно отреагировали и правильно повели себя вот в самом начале вспышки эпидемии. Уверен, что к концу года массовое производство вакцины будет налажено, и все нуждающиеся получат вакцину в полном объеме. Еще раз скажу, мало было ее создать, самое главное организовать еще и качественное производство. А я думаю, что с помощью таких стран, как Россия, Китай, Индия, Казахстан и так далее, мы выполним эту задачу. Второй момент, на котором хотелось бы акцентировать ваше внимание, что наибольший, конечно, урон вот во время пандемии в этом году получил сектор услуг, весь большой сектор услуг. Но мы, как торгово-промышленная палата, просто на себе это ощущаем. Мало того, что на сегодняшний момент к нам поступило более 100 тысяч обращений от наших предпринимателей, и мы также, как вот коллега из Китая говорил, например, только внешних сертификатов по форс-мажору на сегодняшний день выдали более 500, представляете? А внутренних это более 1500. Отработали 60 тысяч обращений фирм и компаний российских вот по части форс-мажоров. Стоит у нас все, что связано с выставочно-ярмарочной деятельностью. Очень трудно, конгрессная деятельность себя чувствует. Вообще весь спектр, что касается услуг, весь, конечно, сейчас в кризисе. И наша общая, наверное, первая задача будет, как только ситуация с коронавирусом пойдет на убыль, мы должны, наверное, все сосредоточиться в работе именно по содействию тому, чтобы те, кто занимается в области услуг, они как-то получили нашу поддержку и смогли бы хотя бы стартануть, начать свою работу. Следующее. Абсолютно полностью с вами согласны, и мы этот вопрос неоднократно обсуждали, что нам нужно отойти от местничества и введения каких-либо ограничений на движение товаров, на движение услуг, на любую деятельность, которая бы мешала свободному предпринимательству в наших странах. Вы помните, как только пандемия заиграла, все бросились сохранять своих предпринимателей и как-то о ближних соседях перестали обращать внимание, что у них делается. Слава Богу, вовремя сориентировались, руководство наших стран поправило всех тех, кто подзабыл по части помощи своим соседям. Сейчас ситуация нормализуется, но вот индивидуализм в данном случае, конечно же, он сейчас играет не на руку, на общее движение, и думаю, что понимание у нас единое в этом плане, чтобы развивать отношения в комфортных для бизнеса условиях. Следующий момент, конечно же, поскольку мы все в таком положении, мы обязаны просто дать новый импульс развития отраслевых сегментов нашего сотрудничества. Это и в сфере телемедицины, и в сфере фармакологии. Сейчас есть у нас возможности. Вот демонстрация того, что мы с вами собрались и можем на десятки стран мира вести свой диалог и спокойно разговаривать с друг другом. Все это говорит о том, что технологически мы полностью к этому созрели. И последняя проблематика, связанная с малым и средним бизнесом, с самозанятыми, с всеми теми, кто сейчас реально не может с уверенностью смотреть в будущее, потому что эпидемиологическая ситуация в наших странах, она привела к тому, что бизнес действительно сжал свои возможности. Ну, здесь будем надеяться, что мы правильно избрали с вами методологию, и в дальнейшем, в год уже председательства в ШОС Таджикистана, мы будем поднимать эти вопросы и, соответственно, поможем нашим коллегам выстроить так повестку работы в 2021 году, чтобы она добавила к тому, что мы сделали в год российского председательства. А в целом благодарю вас всех за те усилия, которые вы предпринимали в течение этого года. Я думаю, что прорыв из создавшейся ситуации абсолютно будет, и мы с вами его вместе обеспечим. Благодарю за внимание, всем здоровья и всего хорошего. Спасибо.
Спасибо, господин Pedalko. Очень интересно, очень важно. I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. I'd now like to invite Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Secretary General of FICCI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Khemka. So Mr. Shiv Vikram Khemka, Chair, SCO National Chapter, India. Ambassador Vladimir Norov, Secretary General of SCO. President FICCI, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Mr. Sergey Kanavsky, Executive Secretary of SCO Business Council. Mr. Jamshed Juma Kondozada, Chair, National Chapter from Kazakhstan. Rabibek Batalov, Chair from Kazakhstan. To the Vladimir Pedalko, the Vice Chair from Russia. And Elmira Apasova, who is the representative from Kyrgyz Republic. And although Mr. Nisar is on the call, but he is muted and his camera is off. Very good afternoon to each one of you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this inaugural session, I'm pleased to thank each of the dignitaries, industry leaders, and the speakers from across the SCO, and all the people who have joined in this SCO Business Conclave, building economic resilience, leveraging regional complementarity. There are many challenges in the world, and all of us are from the area so ably expressed by the representative from Russia. The chambers themselves are facing challenges. So this new digital way of connecting, and as Mr. Khemka, while summarizing, one of the speakers said, digital connectivity and digital literacy are key, along with digital infrastructure, to take this forward. This is being organized as an industry interaction ahead of the meeting of the councils of the head of government of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization under India's chairmanship. FICCI is privileged to represent India as the national chapter at the SCO Business Council. And the Business Council is a very important aspect of SCO and will play an even more significant role with growing focus of the grouping on economic aspects. And one thing that COVID has done for us is found a new way to communicate equally efficiently and equally powerfully using a digital medium. And I'm sure this will enable us to connect much more frequently and much more deeply, as today we are focusing on one particular sector. We can actually look at this going forward. I would like to thank Ambassador Vladimir Norov, Secretary General SCO, whom we had, of course, the honor of welcoming to FICCI during his visit in January 2020, for his presence, for his remarks, and for setting the tone of today's discussion. To each one of the chairs from Kazakhstan, from Pakistan, from Russia, and from the Kyrgyz Republic, and our own chair, Mr. Shiv Khemka, a very, very warm thank you. And it is indeed a pleasure to have you with us this morning and afternoon. From India's side, I only want to reiterate that we wish to work closely with our friends in industry of SCO, most of whom we have a memorandum of understanding and international partnership, and build the B2B connect, and also enable the business organizations in your countries to build a B2C connect in India. We have, as our president mentioned, the annual convention on the 11th, 12th, and 14th of December. Do please join us today. We also showed the video of the annual expo, so thank you. We would be delighted to put up an SCO pavilion, and I'm sure Mr. Manish Singhal and the entire team, Rohit Sharma and all who have put in with Sushma in cooperating this SCO pavilion, will be in touch with you. We will cover two very important sectors later during the day. First, the medium and small enterprises and traditional medicine in the sessions that follow. We hope that these are very enlightening and useful and build cooperation and collaboration amongst our countries. Thank you once again for joining, and thank you for also all of your members who have joined. And of course, in such events like this, we have to also thank the interpreters, because even for the interpreters, digital interpretation is a new art that they have learned and they have been here. So thank you for keeping us all connected, and thank each one of your staff who have worked with our staff to enable your presence here. It was a pleasure meeting some of you again, and a pleasure meeting some of you for the first time. And I'm sure this is not the last time that we will meet, but let us build on the strength of our organizations and build a very strong SCO business group that supplements the efforts of our leaders to create greater economic integration and trade and cooperation in this region. Thank you, Mr. Khemka, for your leadership at this point of time. And thank you all, and have a very interesting session going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chenoy. And I want to reiterate our thanks to all the people who helped organize this, and particularly the interpreters. I think it's really a challenge to be interpreting like this. It must be quite tiring, but really it's very thoughtful, and I completely agree with that vote of thanks. This brings to the conclusion the inaugural session. We request you to stay logged on for the next session that will commence in about 10 minutes. This session is about the relevance of traditional medicine to SCO. It is chaired by Dr. Manoj Nesari, Advisor, International Cooperation, Ayush Development, Government of India, and Advisor to the FICCI Ayush Committee. Speakers from various SCO member states and Indian industry will present their views. Thank you all very much. Look forward to seeing you a little bit later.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
хотелось бы уточнить, когда начнется очередная сессия по времени?
Унавару Турсуновна, добрый день. Кажется, сказали, через 10 минут начнется вторая сессия.
Адина, спасибо большое.
Very good afternoon, everyone. We now start with our session, Traditional Medicine for Sustainable and Healthy Living in SCO countries. As we all know, COVID-19 crisis has brought home the realization for holistic treatment of population for improving well-being of the population and building long-term immunity and robust mind-body resilience through healthy living. There is immense potential in traditional system of medicine for reducing the burden of disease and epidemics and achieving SDG 3. It has played an important role in meeting the demands of primary healthcare in many developing countries. Utilization of the knowledge and wisdom of traditional medicine therapies at this juncture is vital for the SCO member states. Traditional medicine helps in providing low-cost and effective solutions to address health issues and enhance well-being on a holistic level. Today's session will provide a platform for exchange of views by industry, government, and experts from the SCO member states on traditional medicine with focus on intra-SCO cooperation to enhance human well-being and attainment of SDG 3. The session shall discuss the benefits of traditional medicine for SCO member states and the aspects of integrating into existing healthcare system to relieve the tremendous stress that COVID-19 pandemic has placed on the health infrastructure of the member states. Issues such as market access, classification of traditional medicine as fruit supplements and not medicine, as well as gradual need for recognition of pharmacopoeia will be discussed. India's experience and expertise in traditional medicine shall be shared and presented to the delegates from SCO member states. We have an extremely illustrated panel this afternoon. The chairperson for the session is Dr. Manoj Nesri, advisor for international cooperation and Ayush Development, Government of India. He is also the advisor for FICCI Ayush Committee. Dr. Nesri, may I request you to kindly proceed ahead with the proceedings for the session. Thank you so much, and look forward to a very interesting discussion.
Yes, thank you, Pravinji. Good afternoon to everybody for this SCO Business Conclave and for this particular session on the traditional medicine for the sustainable and healthy living in SCO countries. As elaborated by Mr. Pravin Mittal in his introductory remarks, this session will discuss the benefits of the traditional medicine for the SCO member states and the aspects of integrating into existing healthcare systems to relieve the tremendous stress that COVID-19 pandemic has placed on the health infrastructure. Many of the member states of the SCO, as well as many other countries, they have utilized the traditional medicine effectively in mitigation of the COVID as well as treatment of the COVID. And many more countries, they are willing to integrate. And it is not only limited to the SCO countries, it is around the world, whether it is in the African countries, whether it is in the Gulf countries, or whether it is in many other Asian countries and many more. So with this background, India also had organized a webinar with the SCO countries on not only limited to the SCO countries, but to the Sustainable Development Goals, and which was well appreciated. So with this background, first I would like to go for the presentation to give an overall view the India has, how the India has integrated the traditional medicine in the public health, and how India has the integrated traditional medicine in the pandemic of COVID. And these experiences, I'm sure that they will be also useful for the other member states. So before I go for the presentation, I would like to introduce the speakers and the panel that we have today. And I welcome all these speakers and panel. We have Mr. Anurag Sharma. He is the Honorable Member of the Indian Parliament and the Joint Managing Director, Sri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited. And he is also the Chair of FICCI Ayush Committee India. We also have Mr. Arvind Varchasvi. Mr. Arvind Varchasvi is the Mr. Arvind Varchasvi. He is the renowned entrepreneur and the managing director of Sri Sri Tatva, and he is also the chair for the FICCI committee for Ayurveda and traditional medicine. In the today's panel, we also have the Deputy Minister from Uzbekistan, Ms. Elmira. Pravinji, would you be loading the presentation, or I am supposed to do it?
We have made you the co-host, Dr. Nisri, so you can share the presentation from your screen.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, thank you. So with the SCO countries, India having a good cooperation, and this is in line with the WHO's traditional medicine strategy for the 2014-2023 regarding the knowledge and practice of traditional medicine, which was acknowledged by all the countries. And the Prime Minister of the India, in his remarks at the SCO Summit 10th November 2020, had proposed to spread the knowledge of the traditional and ancient medicine across the SCO countries and the headway in contemporary medicine and can complement each other. So he had proposed for a working group. The Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, had successfully organized a webinar on the role of traditional medicine in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal on 22nd September 2020, which also would enlighten the other countries the various experiences, not only in the COVID, but various sustainable development goals. As regards to the traditional medicine in India, the Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Sovarikpa, and homeopathy and yoga, these are the traditional medicines which are recognized in India, and they have been integrated in the public health. And these are a few salient features of Ayurveda. The Ayurveda has the holistic approach to the health and well-being. It is widely accepted in the community, not only in India, but in the Indian subcontinent. And now it is getting more and more accepted in many more countries. In Indian Ocean region, in the Asian countries, in Africa, as well as in the South and North America, as well as in Europe. So it is being recognized many more countries. The emphasis is more on the health and the prevention of the diseases, and this is also reflected in the National Health Policy 2017 of India, and this is also the part of the national health, or rather the WHO health strategy for the traditional medicine. There is more focus on the diet and lifestyle, and while doing so, the panchakarma, that is the bio-cleansing procedures, and the rasana, that is the rejuvenation therapy. So these are the specialties of Ayurveda, and it is mainly the natural products, the herbal products, which are almost 85 to 90%, which are used in Ayurveda. And for this purpose, the government of India has also developed the Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India, which are the standards for the herbal medicine or the Ayurvedic medicines, which can be used in the various challenges of the current era. So whether they are related to the epidemics and pandemics like the COVID-19, the non-communicable diseases, the infectious diseases, including the tuberculosis, the neglected tropical diseases like dengue and chikungunya, malnutrition, infant mortality rate, the substance abuse, mental health, accidents, and these various challenges, they are equally faced by all the member states in the SCO countries. Just to give a glimpse about the Ministry of Ayush, so the Government of India has two healthcare delivery ministries. One is the Ministry of Health and the Family Welfare, which is providing the healthcare through the various programs like the National Health Mission. And the Ministry of Ayush is also providing the health services with the help of the traditional medicine. And the National Ayush Mission is the flagship program of the Ministry of Ayush. And as regards the regulatory framework, the traditional medicine is well regulated in India. The Indian Medicine Central Council Act 1970 regulates the Indian systems of medicine like Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Sovarikpa. And the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the Rules 1945 regulates the medicines of these systems. And these medicines, they are manufactured, they sell. So all the various aspects related to the sale, manufacturing and sale, as well as the quality of the medicines. So they are under the Act, as well as the Pharmacopoeia, and there is a Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine, which is mandated to develop the standards. As regards to the education, there are more than 700 total colleges of the Ayush systems, out of which 393 are the undergraduate colleges for the Ayurveda. There are 24,000 plus is the intake capacity every year. The 140 are the postgraduate colleges. So in Ayurveda, there is a 5.5 years degree course after the 10 plus 2 eligibility with the science background. And this 5.5 years degree course, it enables the person to practice Ayurvedic medicine and surgery. And after that, there is provision for the post-graduation degree course as well as the PhD in almost 22 specialties, with the intake capacity of more than 4,000 students every year. In the government sector, there are more than 3,000 Ayurveda hospitals and the 17,000 Ayurveda dispensaries, almost 443,000 registered Ayurveda practitioners, and 700 plus drug manufacturing units of Ayurveda. So this is a huge infrastructure that India has, and this is being utilized for the purpose of public health. The ministry is focusing on the various aspects like the health, education, research, drugs, and the medicinal plants. And for the medicinal plant purpose, the ministry also has a separate board called as National Medicinal Plant Board. At the global level, the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India has country-to-country MOUs with 22 countries, have research collaboration with 23 countries. It is setting the various chairs for Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, and at present there are 13 such chairs which have been established. There are 32 information cell pertaining to Ayush, and at present one center of excellence is also established. At the same time, the ministry also deputes the Ayush experts in different countries, and also we provide the scholarships to the various foreign students to come to India, and many students from various countries, including Russia and the other countries, they also come to India to learn Ayurveda. And as regards to the sustainable development goals, these are the various sustainable development goals, and the Ministry of Ayush through Ayurveda has been working on the various sustainable development goals, which are there under the SDG 3. And the flagship initiatives, as I mentioned, it is pertaining to the Ministry of Ayush. They are the National Ayush Mission. There are central sector scheme. Under the central sector scheme, the project-based public health initiatives are taken. At the same time, under the National Health Mission of the Ministry of Health, the Ayush is also integrated. And Ayushman Bharat Yojana is the largest initiative of the public health taken by the Government of India, in which Ayush systems are also integrated to promote the health of the people. And in this, some of the experiences is the integration of Ayush in the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. And this program is being going on since last 5 years. At present, more than 157,000 patients, they have been screened. At the same time, the ministry is also working on the malnutrition in collaboration with the Women and Child Development Ministry of the Government of India. As I have mentioned about the non-communicable diseases, the antenatal care is another program, and there are significant achievements in that, wherein we can see that the weight of the baby can be more by almost 200 grams when the Ayurvedic antenatal care is followed. And for this purpose, the Government of India has developed the various documents and protocols, like the protocol for the prevention and control of diabetes, the standard treatment guidelines, the national protocol for the antenatal care through Ayurveda, and there are many more such documents. For the purpose of epidemics and tuberculosis and malaria, the ministry is also working, and for this, there is one product called as Ayush 64, which was developed by the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences under the Ministry of Ayush, and this has been found very useful. At the same time, the Pipali, that is the Piper longum, is being integrated for to reduce the or to minimize the side effects of the anticox treatment in the TB patients. And related to the COVID, the ministry has taken many initiatives at the ministry level. Say, for example, notified Ayurveda as the essential services. Probably this is the India is the only country probably to have this traditional medicine as the essential services, which facilitated all the Ayurveda industries as well as the hospitals and the doctors to provide the services for COVID to the community. Issued prophylactic guidelines, the dissemination of the guidelines through the Ayurveda Sanjeevani mobile app. Presently, 82 research projects have been conducted, and for this, a special gazette notification was issued to facilitate the promote the research. The training was given to the doctors. The intercontinental research collaboration has been undertaken. Importantly, the Ayurveda has been introduced in the COVID national treatment protocol. So these various steps the ministry has taken for the purpose of this prevention. The various initiatives which were taken and the various advisories, they were also translated in all the international languages, and they were circulated to all the countries all over the world. And the two important things are the Ayush Quat, that is the herbal concoction, which was used, and the Chyawanprash, which is an amla-based product. It is a kind of jam, and both are known to improve the immunity. So the overall focus was on improving the immunity, and while doing so in the public health on large scale, the ministry also documented the impact of these various measures on COVID, that how actually they are helping the community in preventing themselves or protecting from the COVID. In this graph, you can see that in the general population, those who were not covered under this, the blue graph, it is going high, whereas the red graph, this is the population which was given the prophylactic treatment with Ayurveda, whereas the graph is coming very down. So this is within the span of the 4 weeks, that is 1 month. So the Ayurveda has given significant protection in the community in preventing them from COVID. Similarly, the Ayu Raksha project of the Ayu is the life and Raksha is the protection. So this project was undertaken, and this project was implemented in 80,000 Delhi police. And in this 80,000 Delhi police, you can see the significance in comparison to the police force in other states or other cities, wherein actually you can see the violet line is the Delhi police, who were significantly protected, whereas the other line, they are significantly high. And this was also in comparison to the Delhi population, wherein on the left side it is just 0.02%, whereas in Delhi population who were not given protection, so in the COVID significance was very high. And at the same time, the ministry has also launched the various research projects and promoted the research project to find out the molecular mechanism in collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology and the Department of Biotechnology, and at the same time at the international level with various countries. And with this, we would like to share many more such developments and the initiatives taken by the ministry and the experience of India with the SCO countries to further strengthen the collaboration. And India looks forward for strengthening the cooperation on traditional medicine among SCO countries. Thank you very much. So with this now, I would request the next speaker from India, Mr. Anurag Sharma, who is the honorable member of the Indian Parliament, to give his thoughts. Mr. Anurag Sharma.
Yeah, Dr. Nesri, we have with us today afternoon Mr. Anand Prakash, India's permanent representative to SCO Secretariat in Beijing.
Okay.
We would, on behalf of FICCI, like to welcome him. Thank you, Mr. Prakash, for joining us for this important program. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Nesri.
So after this welcome, I would request Mr. Anurag Sharma to give his thoughts. Mr. Anurag Sharma.
Namaste. A very warm welcome and a good afternoon to all the dignitaries, industry leaders and delegates here. And welcome to this SCO Conclave on Ayurveda. The global pandemic has catastrophic consequences globally. It has had a severe impact with long-term ramifications for the socio-economic development of SCO member states. In these times of unprecedented challenges, the national governments of SCO member states have reaffirmed their solidarity and commitment to combat the epidemic, prevent its spread, and cooperate on relief measures. India has played a leading role globally in fighting the pandemic while implementing a multi-pronged strategy to battle the pandemic at home, to mitigate its effects, save lives, contain the spread of this virus across our vast population. The SCO has praised India and the role played by it globally through the supply of medicines to 133 countries in the fight against COVID-19. Secretary General Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Mr. Valdemar Norov, praised the proactive role played by India at the national and multilateral level in the world's fight against COVID. Mr. Norov stated recently that India has played the role of a pharmacy of the world during the COVID-19 pandemic, with its vast experience and deep knowledge in medicines, setting up the tone for many regional and global initiatives. Ayurveda, it's the traditional Indian medicine, and the traditional Chinese medicines remain the two most ancient yet living traditions. These are the two great traditions with sound philosophical, experiential, and scientific basis. These increased side effects of our chemicals, lack of curative treatments for chronic diseases, as mentioned by Shri Manoj Nesri ji, high cost of new drugs, microbial resistance, which we are seeing in our hospitals, emerging diseases, are some of the reasons for the renewed public interest in complementary and alternative medicines. See, research and therapeutic strategies for COVID-19 have focused primarily on the agents to attack the virus or immunize against it. This leaves aside a very important consideration, the consideration of the patient and the host. one of the most important factors in disease dynamics. Ayush systems of medicines pay attention to the host, recommend measures for healthy lifestyles rather than a mere prescription of medicine. Ayurveda describes health, not a mere absence of disease. A mere absence of disease is not considered good health. It's a complete equilibrium of physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being. Global acceptance of Ayurveda is gearing up, and there has been a steep rise in demand for medicinal plants from India. In fact, one of the Ayurveda herbs called ashwagandha is now considered one of the fourth highest traded commodities in plant-based herbs across the world. Ayurveda, since we all know, is a good 5,000-year-old science. Ayu, of course, means life, and Veda means science. So it is a life science that's aimed at prevention as much as cure. And since these new viruses are coming to us at a much faster rate, and we feel that they would be continuously evolving and affecting humanity the way they have today, we must understand that just synthetics and chemicals with their side effects and after effects will not be able to prevent our populations from hurting so badly, our economies from collapsing. We therefore must be able to treat our patients, our populations, to be able to fight the first waves of such called pandemics. Therefore, they have to be much more healthier, their immune systems much more developed. The focus of Ayurveda is on patient rather than suppressing the disease. It's truly a patient-centric approach. Ayurveda fundamentally aims to promote health, enhance the quality of life. The therapeutic strategies for treatment of specific diseases or symptoms are holistic in nature. The prime source of all Ayurvedic medicines is, of course, botanical in origin. And as Shri Manoj Nesri said, we do have a separate body for promotion of Ayurvedic herbs called the National Medicine Plant Board. I'm very pleased to say, just very recently, the World Health Organization recognized that traditional systems of medicines like Ayurveda play an important role in integrated people-centric approach in health services and, of course, self-care. Over 170 countries reported the use of traditional and complementary herbal medicines. A new WHO Global Center is being established in India to strengthen evidence, research, training, awareness of traditional medicines like Ayurveda. This would help countries in their plans for universal health coverage. This move will bring global harmonization of practice, setting quality and safety standards, enabling the growth of Ayurvedic medicines and practices across the world. This would further promote research and also collaboration among all the members SCO states. The potential of Ayush system in symptomatic treatment of patients at a higher risk of being affected by novel coronavirus. And we have to look at how to prevent them in getting the coronavirus in the first place. India's fight against the ongoing outbreak of COVID-19 lies in the fact that when Ayush systems and modern medicines collaborate on sound footing of scientific-based evidence, it will be in the best interest of public health. And we have seen this time and again, as Shri Nesri ji just pointed out, the various trials happening across India. And I'm very pleased to report that all companies which are associated with FICCI here have undertaken such new clinical trials, including my own company, Baidyanath. We're currently working with not one, but two medical colleges. We're looking at COVID patients. We're looking at the recovery time, trying to see how their immunity standards are up. And the current reports which I have are very, very encouraging. we've been able to reduce their stay in hospitals from 14 days to less than 7 to 9 days. Today, there is a new initiative by the Government of India. There's a collaborative study of DILAB at the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Delhi, and the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, and Japan, that natural compounds from ashwagandha, which is botanical name is Withenia somnifera, and propolis could be potential drug candidates against our fight in COVID-19. Various studies across the world are now being conducted on Ayush systems, and especially Ayurvedic medicines. Today, whether we work with Central Council of Research, CCARAS, ICMR, even the Ayush Ministry is currently working with the Indian Council of Medical Research on 4 different formulations. All 4 are showing a very potential effect on elevating the side effects and after effects of COVID-19 patients. Overall, it has opened a new slew of opportunities for businesses to capitalize on in the growing wellness sector. Amongst all different systems, Ayurveda seems to enjoy greater awareness and acceptance in India. In 2015-16, 67% of the Indian population tended to use Ayurvedic medicines. Today, with the advent of COVID, over 90% of the Indian population believes in Ayurveda and constantly uses Ayurveda and Ayurvedic products. Today, the Indian market has been valued at over 300 billion rupees and is expected to touch nearly 1,000 billion by 2024-26, compounding at a growth rate of nearly 16 to 18%. Why has this shift happened in India? There is a rising awareness about the importance of a healthy lifestyle, increasing preference in favor of chemical-free and natural products, and of course, a lot of favorable government initiatives. There is, of course, a well-felt need that there is tremendous amount of benefits which member states of SCO could get when we integrate Ayurveda with modern medicine systems and use it as an adjunct and complementary therapy. This would also relieve pressure on our health systems, on our health budgets. In India, we already have a very large Ayurvedic infrastructure, which is, again was explained by Shri Nesriji. And in India, the science has matured. Several companies, including mine, are now entered the market with innovative products and strategies, and we are creating a consumer awareness about alternative medicines. Ayurveda has a huge potential to promote better health and positively impact the SCO member states' economies. It is witnessing a meteoric rise on the back of promotional and educational initiative by the government, medical tourism, and consumer awareness regarding the advantages of using alternative medicines. Ayurveda, from time immemorial, has attracted foreign travelers in India. And today we have a well-established medical tourism, where people come not only to study Ayurveda, but experience our Panchkarma, our holistic health spas. I will cut short and just go to what is the sustainable nature of Ayurveda. Since Ayurveda comes from botanicals and from herbs, today in India, where the government is actively promoting Ayurveda and our herbs, we are actually seeing an uptick in farmer incomes where farms are shifting towards cultivating and growing plants. Ayurveda is sustainable because it's considered to come from natural resources, and environmental degradation and its limitations are taken into account. For this, there must be an equilibrium between three factors: environment, economics, and society. Ayurveda, of course, is basically into three. One is, of course, Ayurvedic medicines. The other is a very interesting concept called Ayurveda Ahar or Ayurveda foods. Foods interfere with the molecular mechanism of a person. It is consumed in large amounts compared to any other medicine you would take. Hence, its effect and interaction with the genome is highly relevant towards understanding the disease and their therapies. Ayurveda presents a very personalized approach in the predictive, preventive, and curative aspects of medicine with molecular variability, which embodies the study of inter-individual variability to genetic variability in humans. Ayurveda-based diet is emerging as a very interesting field. And today, we find that food is the ultimate medicine. We are what we eat. The other very interesting concept in Ayurveda, of course, is herbal cosmeceuticals. There is a well-established Ayurveda beauty industry in India, where some very fine cosmetic products are made. Herbal cosmeceutical sector has seen phenomenal growth across the world as more and more consumers are showing a marked preference towards natural beauty products. Ayurveda calls these Ayurveda Saundaryam. These products are free from harmful, cancer-causing chemicals and are much more gentler on the skin and even on the environment. My own companies, of course, have some very famous brands which are, of course, recognized by the US FDA, called Mantra Herbals. Today in Ayurveda, where we find the need for promoting and encouraging research, I'm very happy to say that one of the highest awards given in India, given by the President or the Prime Minister of India, has been named after my illustrious grandfather. And we've been promoting this since 1983. Today, Ayurveda, of course, is recognized over the world. And we find that Ayurvedic medicines from all the Ayurveda major players in India are available across the European Union, the USA, African nations, and CIS nations. Ayurveda and other traditional Indian systems of medicines hold significant potential in supporting the SCO efforts towards prevention, cure, and aftercare for those infected by the novel coronavirus. In the current global scenario, where countries are reeling under the pressure of the outbreak of COVID-19, it is essential that India should bring the benefits of Ayush to SCO countries for treatment, rehabilitation of the affected patients. As far as the SCO countries are concerned, my bit of advice would be there is a need to improve market access, classification of traditional medicines as medicines and not just as plain food supplements, as well as a gradual need for recognition of pharmacopoeia, of the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. I would be very happy to take any questions you would have on Ayurveda and India's efforts towards healing the world. We are all together in this fight against COVID-19 and in trying to help our populations overcome the effects of this ravaging pandemic. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Anuragji. The question answers we may take at the end of the session if the time permits. I would immediately like to invite the next speaker from India, Mr. Arvind Varjasvi, who is the Managing Director of Sri Sri Tattva and the co-chair of FICCI Ayush Committee India. All the speakers, they are requested to limit their presentation to the 10 minutes time allocated to all of you. So I would request it now Mr. Arvind Varjasvi for his presentation or his talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nesri. At the outset, it's a pleasure to be here at this SCO Business Conclave. I would like to, first of all, welcome all my fellow panelists, Dr. Manoj Nesri, Mr. Anurag Sharma, very dear friend, Mr. Zeng, Mr. Jafarov, Dr. Evgeny, Mr. Piramil Chandra, Mr. Amanullah, and Ms. Marina. It's a pleasure to be here and sharing the stage with all of you here today as we come together to discuss on the potential of traditional medicine in all our countries. My previous speakers have mentioned the importance of the traditional science that's the entire Ayush systems, and Ayurveda really leading the way over here in terms of the traditional medicinal aspect. One particular point that I would like to mention over here is that Ayurveda as a system of medicine has been there for more than 5,000 years, which is documented. And we find it extremely relevant even in today's, today's day and also today's lifestyle. Why is that? It's because as a system of medicine, it really does not attend to the symptom, but it attends to the entire root cause. And that being said, it's extremely customized for an individual. It also takes into consideration that what is required for the individual at what season and also at what time. One thing that I would like to mention to all of you, my previous speaker, Mr. Anurag Sharma, also mentioned that Ayurveda also has an aspect as to good food and also healthy food that what we have. Normally, all of us know what's healthy and when to eat it, but whether we do that is the question. The aspect of Ayurveda talks about doing the right thing at the right time. So eating the right food at the right time and also ensuring that what's required for your body at that particular time. During this entire COVID-19 pandemic, we've noticed that not really, any system of medicine really didn't have an answer to this particular pandemic. And that's where we also noticed that other systems of medicine that normally we would ignore also showed equal prowess. We noticed that Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and also homeopathy, and also other traditional systems of medicine across the globe also had, good effects to see that how this particular pandemic could be curtailed. As clinical trials are still going on, and even our company, Sri Sri Tattva, has multiple clinical trials. We have 3 clinical trials running already right now. And we also have an international study that what we've done with the Frankfurt Innovation Center for Biotechnology, actually looking at mimicking the ACE2 cell receptors of the SARS-CoV-2 strain, which actually mimics the COVID-19 pandemic strain. So we noticed that the Ayush products, like some of the products that what we've tested are our Chavanprash, our Amrut or Giloy. We also had Ashwagandha. We also had one of our proprietary formulations called Immugen, and also the classical formulation from Siddha called Kavasura Kutinir that showed 84% binding and the inhibitory effects of this particular pandemic on the in vitro trials. What does this really signify? This signifies that when you actually bring across another system of medicine on equal platform, as you would call it mainstream or whether you call it the allopathic system today, when you actually give other systems of medicine the same amount of importance, you would see that they also have equal amount of prowess to see that how, whether they would attend to this particular pandemic or any other ailment per se for that matter. We all need to understand that today's lifestyle also depends a lot on technology. Everything is on the click of a button. And the consumer is extremely educated as to what needs are theirs. They know that what food is good for them. People are very, very mindful of their lifestyle nowadays. So what does that signify? That signifies that Ayurveda and also the other systems of medicine have shown that consumers are showing a lot of interest in this. Why is that so? Because they want to take something natural. They would like to see that, they would like to prevent the disease even before it comes across. And that's where the entire Ayush systems do have an upper hand when it comes to allopathy. As a brand, from Shrishi Tattva, we are very clear that the allopathy system has its place when it comes to accidental care or critical care. Allopathy definitely has the upper hand, no doubt about that. But when it comes to lifestyle disorders and also preventive care, and also answers that what allopathy definitely does not have, Ayurveda and also the Ayush systems definitely have a much greater impact. One particular case study I would like to mention to you that from our organization, the Art of Living, we noticed that during the pandemic, the keyword of meditation was the most searched word when it comes to lifestyle disorders, and people were really interested. And people were really interested in the Art of Living's meditation. What does this signify across 156 countries? That people are also aware as to what's going across to them, and the mental illness was a much bigger problem in this particular pandemic than even the physical part. And Harvard Business School and also Stanford and also Yale conducted certain trials with regards to the meditation techniques of the Art of Living, and they noticed that positive effect. Their stress hormones also reduced. Their base stress levels are a lot reduced. What does this signify? Is that where normally you would pump yourself with a particular medicine to get okay, you yourself have the ability to make your body fine. And that's what the systems of Ayush now, if I were to say meditation, that's a part of yoga, which also forms a part of Ayush. Coming across to the Ayurveda perspective right now, from Shrishi Tattva's perspective, we are a WHO CGMP COPP certified, for 56 of our products and also all our other products, and also the first ANMAT GMP certified facility as a medicine, and also from the Ministry of Health in Canada, Ministry of Health in Oman as a herbaceutical. What does this really show? That the entire world is willing to recognize Ayurveda as a system of medicine, as long as the quality parameters are taken care of. And this is something that what industry is really, showcasing across over the last decade. And this is something that what, as Shrishi Tattva, we would like to see how we could come across and also, help the health in the SCO region. Another aspect, as what my also dear friend Anurag ji also mentioned, is with regards to Panchakarma. What is the Panchakarma treatment center? So Ayurveda is just not about popping a pill, but also attending to your body, attending to what your body requires. And a whole lot of that is also based on therapy and also on the doctor. So it's extremely important for us to get our pharmacopoeia and also our therapists and our doctors recognized. From Shrishi Tattva's side, we see that our doctors also write a bridge exam if they have to practice in a place like Oman, and we have our clinics there and also expanding. And this is something that what we could also bring across to the SCO region. Why is this very important? Is because Ayurveda is just not about symptomatic relief, as what I mentioned to you initially. It's about attending to your lifestyle and also what's good for your body. And that's where an Ayurveda doctor comes across and see what's good for your body type. Having said this, what would really benefit all the SCO countries when we give recognition, mutual recognition to the traditional systems of medicine, is that there's always exchange of information, exchange of wisdom, exchange of best practices. And this is something that what the entire region would benefit if they recognize each other's traditional systems of medicine. Ayurveda, particularly as a system of medicine, is perhaps the most well-known traditional system of medicine worldwide. I would welcome all of you to really work on this, and from industry side and also from the industry body side, both Mr. Anurag and me are here as a part of FICCI. We would like to see that we, from industry side, whatever is required for the recognition of this particular science over there in your respective countries, we're happy to do that. One other suggestion that what I might also do, as we all know that by the end of the day, we would also have to see that we come across with certain points to see that how we could take this thing forward. One action point would be that perhaps we could have a single window clearance for these traditional systems of medicine, at each of our countries, and perhaps a body, whether it's from the government side or from the industry body side, they could be nominated to see that how this could happen. At this particular time, the pandemic, is still there, and the only way to cater to this is to ensure that our immune levels are modulated well. And we have a lot of immunomodulators from Shrishi Tattva's side, and also a whole lot of companies that would come and actually see that they could ensure that the country's health systems over there are also benefited from this. Apart from this, Ayurveda as a system of medicine has been there, for more than 5,000 years. And this is something that's, timeless wisdom. And timeless wisdom is something that, stands the test of time and also stays relevant in any particular timeline that what you would see. So having said this, I would just say that Ayurveda and the entire systems of medicine, and also from Sri Sri Tattva's side, we're happy to see that how we could collaborate. A whole lot of clinical trials are also being conducted by us, and we are seeing a whole lot of wonderful, results to see that how this particular pandemic could be, dealt with. And we're happy to exchange ideas. Thank you very much, Dr. Nestri, for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvindji, for sharing the various aspects of the Sri Sri Tattva and the research initiative that you have taken. And I'm sure that the SCO partners, they will be willing to have more collaboration with the Sri Sri Tattva and Baidyanath and many more companies. So now we will go for the presentation or the sharing of the experiences by the other SCO countries. And to begin with, I would like to welcome Deputy Minister Bistikhanova from the government of Uzbekistan to share her perspective with all of us on the traditional medicine. Ms. Elmira Bistikhanova.
Большое спасибо. Ассаламу алейкум, уважаемые участники видеоконференции, дамы и господа. Разрешите особо поблагодарить руководство Федерации торгово-промышленной палаты Индии, секретариат ШОС за организацию и предоставленную возможность выступления на очень актуальной конференции. Важное место в обеспечении здоровья населения, оказании медико-санитарной помощи, профилактики и лечения различных заболеваний, особенно хронических, в период пандемии и постпандемическом периоде, будет занимать народная медицина, качество, безопасность и эффективность которой подтверждены на тысячелетней практике по всему миру. За последнее время в результате принятых мер по заданию руководителя нашего государства сформирована правовая база в сфере оказания услуг народными целителями, созданной Ассоциацией народной медицины Узбекистана и первоочередные условия для эффективного и безопасного применения методов и достижения народной медицины, определены основные цели, направления ее развития. Вместе с тем, опыт пандемии и наш анализ свидетельствуют о необходимости дальнейшего совершенствования оказания услуг народной медицины, механизмов оценки эффективности ее методов, последовательной интеграции народной медицины в систему современного здравоохранения, повышение квалификации специалистов и других медицинских работников в данном направлении. Сегодня президентом Республики Узбекистан поставлены задачи. Это ускорение интеграции эффективных методов профилактики, диагностики и лечения заболеваний посредством народной медицины в практику современной медицины. Дальнейшее укрепление здоровья граждан, налаживая системы подготовки, переподготовки и повышения квалификации специалистов, а также проведение научно-исследовательской работы в этой сфере. И формирование концепции развития народной медицины на 2021 и 2025 годы с целевыми показателями, то есть индикаторами, а также с дорожной картой по ее реализации для каждого года. При этом необходимо обратить особое внимание на практическую реализацию современных рекомендаций и предложений, предусмотренных в стратегии Всемирной организации здравоохранения в области народной медицины на 2014-2023 годы с указанием конкретных механизмов и этапов. Широкое изучение опыта Китая, Кореи, Индии, Японии, Вьетнама, Франции, России и других стран, имеющих прогрессивный институциональный опыт развития народной медицины, в том числе с выездом на места. Задача разработки на основе проведенных анализов и исследований институциональных механизмов регулирования качества безопасности средств и методов народной медицины, а также развития ее основных направлений. Руководителям страны даны конкретные поручения по созданию Республиканского научно-практического центра народной медицины, центров развития народной медицины в медицинских высших образовательных учреждениях и техникумах общественного здоровья имени Абу Али бин Сина без статуса юридического лица. В числе основных задач этого центра будет организация выращивания и заготовки растений и сырья нерастительного вида, применяемых в народной медицине, проведение лабораторных и научных исследований в данном направлении, а также подготовку предложений по локализации выращивания наиболее широко используемых в народной медицине растений и сырья. Организация подготовки, переподготовки и повышения квалификации специалистов по народной медицине. Осуществление тесного сотрудничества с организациями, представляющими народную медицину зарубежных стран, проведение совместных конференций, форумов и других мероприятий по вопросам дальнейшего развития народной медицины. Создается единая информационная база, включающая сведения об организациях и специалистах, оказывающих услуг с использованием методов народной медицины, опыта их работы, видах оказываемых ими услуг, контактных данных, а также данных лекарств природного и растительного происхождения, народных средств, рекомендуемых для лечения заболеваний с применением народной медицины. Я хочу особо отметить о задании Министерства занятости и трудовых отношений Республики Узбекистан. Это министерство у нас обеспечивает в установленном порядке по заявкам Республиканского центра выдачу или продление разрешения на привлечение в Республике Узбекистан иностранных специалистов для организации деятельности и последующей работы, а также выдачи и продление указанным иностранным гражданам подтверждений на право трудовой деятельности на территории Республики Узбекистан без взимания установленной платы. Министерству иностранных дел тоже руководитель дал задание. Министерство должно обеспечивать привлечение в процесс организации деятельности и последующей работы этих региональных центров зарубежных специалистов и экспертов по вопросам народной медицины, в том числе Индии, Китая, Кореи, Японии, Вьетнама, Франции, России, в странах, в которых наиболее развита народная медицина. Также на сегодняшний день прорабатывается вопрос вступления Республики Узбекистан и организации народной медицины в международная профессиональная организация в области народной медицины. Это Всемирная федерация ассоциации акупунктуры и моксотерапии, Всемирная федерация по хиропрактике, Всемирная федерация по гидротерапии и климатотерапии, Всемирная федерация общественной китайской медицины и все и другие. Институт востоковедения имени Абу Райхана Беруни, Академия наук Республики Узбекистан. Администрация президента Республики Узбекистан обеспечивает в составлении библиотек региональных центров копиями комплектов трудов, связанных с изучением научного наследия ученых-энциклопедистов, философов, целителей. Это и Абу Али бин Сина, и Абу Бакр Мухаммад ибн Закария Ар-Рази, Абу Мансур Кумри, Исмаила Джурджани и других великих предков.
Галина Юрьевна, Светлана Евгеньевна.
В конце своего выступления разрешите еще раз поблагодарить организаторов за возможность обсуждения такой очень актуальной темы, как народная медицина. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Ms. Bestikhanova, for giving the brief about the various initiatives taken by the Uzbekistan about formation of the associations and the roadmap for the implementation of the traditional medicine strategy and many others. And I'm sure that this working group on the SCO will be definitely useful for Uzbekistan, and the Minister of Ayush Government of India is definitely committed to cooperate with all the member states of the SCO countries. So with this, now I would like to invite Mr. Zheng Yunming, the Deputy General Manager of the Overseas Engineering Department of China Sinopharm International Corporation, China. The China Sinopharm International Corporation, it manufactures and wholesale the pharmaceutical products. It has large logistic chain The company also produces biological, pharmaceuticals, and psychotropics drugs. The China Sinopharm International also provides the medical equipments. It is the biggest retailer of the medicine and healthcare product and the medical equipment. So with this background, I would now invite Mr. Yuan Ming to share his thoughts. At the same time, I would also like to have two questions to Mr. Zheng. That may you please share the highlights about the organization, the total turnover of the traditional Chinese medicine related products, as well as the research initiatives taken by your organization, and how do you see the development of the separate forum for the traditional medicine SCO? So with this, Mr. Zheng.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member of Parliament of India, Advisor Dr. Manager. Good afternoon. It is great pleasure to be invited to join this event and to take in this video from. The topic I would like to share with you today is how to carry out international cooperation in the construction of a new medical infrastructure under coronavirus-19 pandemic. From 2006 to 2015, I was engaged in international cooperation, working abroad nearly over 10 years, and I have been in Southeast Asia, Europe, North American, Central American, around and been traveled over 40 countries and the region to develop and carry out international infrastructure construction business. During the period, I had some feeling about international business cooperation, especially its first-hand opinion for the medical infrastructure construction. I would like to share with you by taking these opportunities. Personally, I believe that the provision of related supporting facilities and services for public health, medical care, and health industry internationally, all can be called as international cooperation in medical infrastructure construction. This type of project can be constructed of public health and medical facility such as hospital, medical warehouse, disease control center, epidemic prevention station, blood bank, pharmaceutical factories, laboratories, inspection center, etc. Or it can be related to complete plant upgrades and equipment update, software facilities, optimization and upgrades, etc. In addition, health hotels and the rehabilitation center, which are related to medical tourism industry, also are part of this category. Referring the data which are provided by China International Contractor Association, there is a rapid development of China's international cooperation on healthcare infrastructure construction in the past 10 years. The turnover of international cooperation on medical infrastructure increased from 1.844 billion US dollars in 2010 up to 34.58 billion US dollar in 2019, which is around 2% for the whole international engineering collaboration. And the value of a newly signed contract increased from 2.6 billion from 2010 to 52.05 billion US dollars in 2019, which is also 10 years has been increased over 9,000%. according to the statistics of China foreign contracted engineering business for the first quarter related by China International Contractor Association author, there's about 132% growth, newly signed contract of international cooperation on healthcare infrastructure construction. But there is a decrease for 124 of turnover compared with last year, which is compared with 2019. Therefore, the current problem for the engineering industry enterprise, that is their turnover has been dropped significantly, and they're also facing increased difficulty to signing new contract in the 2020. And there was a downward trend of the value of the new signed contract, which are tremendously affected the pandemic. International cooperation in the construction of medical infrastructure is mainly carried out through the state foreign aids, financing, participation of the open bidding in the public tender for the target from the country, and bidding negotiation with the target country, and foreigner direct investment. Most of the implementation form has been based on the factor that the construction and the medical devices are artificially being separated completely, which is construction is going to be one contractor responsible for the structure, and another regarding the medical devices contractor or medical suppliers are responsible for the medical equipment and advice and the devices. According to above situations, I would like to share my analysis for the current situation from this organization and the implementation model of medical infrastructure construction, and put forward new suggestions. Regarding the organization model, during the relatively weak profitable and public health and medical care, the state financial budget is very tight on the medical public health and the medical every year. And the investors are not very interested, not very encouraged to in those such those projects. They make a result that in a very long cycle of medical infrastructure and construction projects, and the organizational model is limited. At present, there are very few projects on the form of financing for China's overseas medical infrastructure construction. And there are very few successful cases for the investment project in abroad regarding this medical project. Also, for the implementation method, normally will take no less than 3 to 5 years or even longer for a project from medical planning to final operation. For many projects, the situation is that the engineering design has been completely completed, and maybe the project construction also has been started. Then the medical devices selection procedure just are followed. That there are also many projects. The preliminary selection for the medical devices is started in the same time of the initial project design stage. However, after the project construction, which is structure being mostly completed, it takes 3 years, which at the time passed, the accurate procurement for the medical devices has begun. The problem that will be faced is that most of the medical devices has been upgraded at this time. The previous model is no longer applicable, or the production has been stopped. There will be a mismatch between a new model specification and the engineering construction part. Some parts of the building that have been completed and need to be partially modified or even dismantled and redone to meet with the normal use requirement of the new equipment. As a result, the project schedule may be delayed and postponed, and the cost also will be increased accordingly. With the global pandemic, COVID-19, China's international cooperation in the medical infrastructure construction also being greatly affected, mainly reflected the following aspects I have to share, which is the progress of the project which under construction has been blocked. For the project under construction, the country who are affected by the pandemic issued international travel restriction policy, which directly led many of Chinese staff who were planning and to participate the overseas construction work cannot go abroad. Furthermore, the project personnel cannot be programmed in place, leading the construction schedule had been postponed. Abnormal project funding also has happened. Due to the impact of the pandemic, all the countries have invested a lot of money in prevention work to controlling this virus, which directly led to the emergency occupation of the project funds in the original plan. Equipment supply also cannot be delivered in time. It's because after the outbreaking of the pandemic, manufacturers stopped the production, equipment manufacturer and the supply chain cannot work in order. This makes it impossible to supply the order equipment as planned or carry out normal installation and consume commissioning. But how to start the international cooperation in construction of a new medical infrastructure? This is the case. The sudden emergency of COVID-19 has brought a serious threat to the lives and health of humans all over the world. At the same time, the world economy has been severely impacted, and the circulation of the industry chain and supply chain has been blocked. International trade and the investment have shrunk, and all the committed market has been turbulent. Some countries, especially developing countries, are facing serious difficulties in economic and social development. It can be said that countries all over the world are encountering major risks and challenges. Under such a situation, how to initiate international cooperation in the construction of a new medical infrastructure are particularly critical for the creating a safe and effective human health community. And later I will put forward my suggestion for your reference from my aspect for new business model, innovation and implementation, cooperation model, transformation, and technical service improvement. I think first, in order to promote the transformation of traditional project financing model to a new model, firstly, is necessary to put a full use of support for capital in medical infrastructure construction industry chain, through which it can be fully empower key projects, and at the same time activate some deposit capital. For example, every country has the medical insurance and the social security funds, plus some supplementary for the medical insurance from commercial insurance company. These funds pool are usually relatively secure and have very good credit. If their financial condition are generously combined with such in situations, these funds are used as guarantee, and the general contractor will assist in project financing, and the repayment will be made through the project profit. Then the initial funds landing of the project will be more smoothly. In one aspect, it can reduce the initial investment from government and public resources. On the other aspect, it can fully mobilize private capital and accelerate the implementation of projects. At the same time, it can also enable the general contractor to relationally, or we can say balance their profit, adding the new memorandum of international cooperation in medical infrastructure construction. In order to do a better achievement of health in infrastructure specialization, professional medical infrastructure and management company should be responsible for the whole process, starting from the initial design by professional architecture engineering design team, and the medical team involved at the same time. Professional architecture engineering designers make use for the building space scientifically according to the medical profession and the requirement of the owner. The medical engineering professionals combine the case of use for medical staff in the future and the comfort for the patient and the accompanying staff. In addition, the project budget can be controlled to the utmost extent, and the construction period also can be saved. Under the pandemic situation, a series of control measures such as commercial flight and closure for the entry channel for foreigners from outside of countries. The control of the gathering the person who have led into increase the channel in implementation project, which required a large amount of labor of the construction site, especially the construction site for reinforced concrete. With a prefabricated structure building in the main body of the building with mobile testing laboratory, CT scan room, etc. This can greatly reduce the labor force which are participating in the project construction across border. The prefabricated structure is prefabricated in the product exporting country in advance and just take 1 or 2 months to deliver. And only a small number of technical are required for mechanical hoist and the main board after it's reaching the site. The mechanical and the electrical work and like the HVAC, etc., the installations are also can be preset as modulars, which can be connected on site in a short time. Just need to commission it before it can be put into use. Like medical gas demonstration equipment and the medical equipment all guided through the video remote, the video remote installation and the commissioning. Take a video meeting to make sure all the installation can be followed by the specification. So as they're trained at any time to solve any doubt during the operation. In conclusion, the coronavirus is changing the way of our life and production. The new international cooperation in medical infrastructure construction is actively seeking the change in accordance with the new international environmental and other industry. Innovation and enhancement of technical service capability can build a good human health and public health system. I believe by taking this change, the system will be changed, and also taking the new vaccines, the work will be more safe. And so I hope the vaccines can be shared as early as possible for the world. And I believe this forum is valuable and fruitful forum and will be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zheng. I once again request to all the panelists to honor the time limit of 10 minutes given to each of them, because we have to conclude this session within time. So now I request the next speaker, Mr. Zafaro Navruz Dununjadelovich, the head of the Department of Sanitary and Epidemiological Safety, Emergency Sanitation Situation and Emergency Medical Care, Ministry of Health and Social Protection of the Population of the Republic of Tajikistan. Mr. Zafaro, please.
Navruz Junadlovich, Maramat Gabzanet.
О, вале. Есть. Алло, меня слышно, надеюсь? Алло.
Yeah,
Алло.
please. Yes.
Да, слышно.
Уважаемый, многоуважаемый председатель, уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, пользуясь случаем, позвольте выразить огромную признательность за возможность участия в работе бизнес-конклава Шанхайской организации сотрудничества. А также особо поблагодарить организаторов за высокий уровень подготовки и условия работы. С вашего позволения, я перейду к программе сегодняшнего мероприятия и представлю вам информацию о ситуации, связанной с COVID-19 в Республике Татарстан. Во-первых, хочу сказать, что COVID-19, она задела всех стран, всех слоев населения, и, конечно, попала под влияние этой инфекции, и с целью сдерживания микрофон у меня в наушниках. Окей. 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 Спасибо. С целью сдерживания и профилактики распространения COVID-19 правительством республики под председательством премьер-министра республики создан Национальный республиканский штаб по реагированию, и в состав которого вошли все уполномоченные министерства и ведомства. Конечно, были разработаны оперативные планы мероприятий по ограничению транспортного сообщения, введены жесткие противоэпидемические меры на пропускных пунктах, мобилизованы все ресурсы национального здравоохранения и реализованы другие меры, которые позволили взять ситуацию под контроль. Несмотря на ряд принятых мер, Республика Таджикистан объявила о первых случаях лабораторно диагностированных и подтвержденных случаях COVID 30 апреля 2020 года. Страну посетили в мае месяце техническая миссия Всемирной организации здравоохранения, предоставила отчет с рекомендациями, в соответствии с которыми создана координационная группа по пересмотру и адаптированию национального плана по реагированию на COVID в быстро меняющейся ситуации. Приняты меры по обучению медицинских работников по вопросам профилактики и инфекционного контроля, а также пересмотрены временные клинические протоколы лечения. На сегодняшний день пересматривается четвертая версия клинических протоколов профилактики лечению больных. Так как сегодня в ряде презентаций было выступление относительно использования традиционной медицины, хочу отметить также, что в Республике Таджикистан при разработке клинических протоколов имеет место быть использованию средств традиционной медицины. И также у нас развита сеть традиционных специалистов по традиционной медицине. Имеется соглашение по сотрудничеству по аюрведе с Республикой Индия и с Китайской Народной Республикой. Хочу отметить, что во время подготовки к предотвращению COVID в стране, страну посетили несколько миссий специалистов по глобальной сети противодействия вспышкам, в частности из Китайской Народной Республики, Республики Узбекистан, Российской Федерации и стран Европы, которые поделились опытом оказания медицинской помощи в медицинских учреждениях Республики Таджикистан на центральном и региональных уровнях. Хочу особо поблагодарить всех стран-членов Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в своевременном оказании помощи при урегулировании ситуации по COVID-19 в стране. Мы получили очень огромную помощь с их стороны, в частности, из Российской Федерации, Китайской Народной Республики, с Республики Индии, с Республики Узбекистан, на основе которых была налажена функционирование медицинских учреждений, была налажена работа лабораторий и по оказанию других противоэпидемических мер. Также для своевременного оказания медицинских услуг по настоящее время задействовано более 14 тысяч койко-мест, которые при необходимости будут развернуты в очень кратчайшие сроки. Следует отметить, что правительство Таджикистана и Министерство здравоохранения Республики Таджикистан принимают все необходимые меры по профилактике и лечению новой коронавирусной инфекции. Относительно сотрудничества со странами Шанхайской организации сотрудничества хочу коротко остановиться, что этот момент, который связывает всех наших стран, и мы должны, конечно, естественно, взаимопомогать друг другу и набираться опыта у стран, у которых очень большой опыт в работе. В настоящее время в Таджикистане продолжается межведомственное обсуждение и разрешение рутинных авиаперевозок с благополучными странами с учетом обоюдного соблюдения противоэпидемических мероприятий. И хочу с уверенностью сказать, что в настоящее время ситуация у нас переходит в благополучную, и в эпоху, конечно, глобализации, как я уже отметил, страны все более взаимозависимые, и у нас один интерес, и это охрана здоровья наций всех стран Шанхайской организации сотрудничества. У наших народов есть поговорка: друзья познаются в беде, и опираясь на твердую волю единства, приверженность шанхайскому духу, я уверен в том, что государства-члены ШОС смогут в дальнейшем свой вклад сделать содействие совместному развитию и процветанию, и ШОС как влиятельная региональная организация международная вносит значительный вклад в борьбу с эпидемией. Пользуясь случаем, позвольте еще раз выразить огромную благодарность организаторам этого бизнес-конклава за высокую подготовку к проведению мероприятия. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Zafar Nauruz, for the sharing the various initiatives taken by the Tajik government. And certainly, as you mentioned, we respect the friendship with all the SCO countries, including the Tajikistan, and we are always committed for any kind of cooperation on the traditional medicine. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Evgeny Vladimirovich Slakto, the Director General of the VA Almazo National Medical Research Center and the President of the Russian Cardiology Society. He is also the member of the Presidium, the Russian Academy of Sciences, Russia. Dr. Evgeny, he is a cardiologist. At the same time, Dr. Evgeny, I would also like to know your experiences on dealing with the traditional medicine or integrating traditional medicines and in the diagnostic as well as in the treatment.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's a great honor for me to be part of our meeting, and very important for us to share with you our experience. I'd like to show some slides. Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, we can see that.
Yes, thank you so much. At first, I'd like to say that all countries, nearly all countries, faces a lot of challenges according to COVID-19. We all know that current trends included general tendency to cut down the beds, hyper-specialization, and focuses on regulation of medical with proof and clinical guidelines. But in COVID-19, dramatic changes, and we faces lack of beds, faces staff differences, lack of training, and necessary to treat while lacking the both knowledge and guidelines. And that is why we can see the trends when we should shift to flexible solution, including medical care system, shift to flexible competences, and shift to real-world evidence to establish some new drugs. During short period, we could see the evolution of concepts from aggressive virus, where we had received information about mostly pneumonia, to the cytokine storm, distress syndrome, and antiphospholipid syndrome. And we today clearly understand that components of success in epidemic controlling should include public responsibility, healthcare, system changes and decision-making efficiency, and also focuses on regional condition. Regional condition focuses on patient-oriented approach. In St. Petersburg, to organized system against COVID-19, we organized interdepartmental medical working group together with our city government, where there were a lot of specialists from different subspecialization groups, which put together and try to understand situation, buy the medical equipment, lab diagnostic, acute medical care, and engaging into work with coronavirus patient to invite students and residents, doctor to help healthcare system. And we clearly understand that our focus should be on the outpatient at ambulatory, and the most common patients should be treated on the ambulatory stages. And that is why we can save the beds in the clinic for the very sick patients. And in our opinion, outpatient care is a key factor of success. It should be the mainstream. The next very important decision to develop telehealth in St. Petersburg and to organize remote consultation from clinical centers to consult our patients at home instead of visiting outpatient department. And for this, we organize in Almazov Center a hub of world data where we, during 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, organize real-time consultation, and you could see how many visitors and how many downloads of documents in this hub. Also for us, very important to use international experience in the fighting against COVID-19, especially for cardiovascular diseases. And also Almazov Center as a scientific and educational center has some advantages, has a lot of high-profile specialists, modern infrastructure. That is why we were ready to organize a huge clinic, 500 beds for treat patients with COVID-19. And we spent a lot of time to prepare, and here you could see the major principle of organization, which include training, organizing algorithm, management of patient, information checklist, and very important part, infographics, a friendly atmosphere, and psychological support. Here you could see the decision-making support for doctors in our clinic, which include a lot of clinical parameters to help doctors to clearly understand whether or not this patient should go to intensive care units or to ordinary clinical department. And it was really very important in this situation with a huge number of patients who admitted in our hospital. We organized training, accreditation at simulation center in our clinic, and the main task was to escape invasive ventilation for patients with COVID-19, and to prevent invasive ventilation. And for this, we organize special education programs, which were very important for our staff in different aspects, including cardiology, neurology, neurosurgery, nursing activities, surgery. And at the same time, for us, in very difficult situation, to keep opportunity to provide high-tech medical care for a specific group of patients, not only for COVID-19 patients, but for patients with chronic cardiovascular diseases, neurological and oncology, patient with oncology, to keep this medical care in specific group of patients. And each patient with indication for hospitalization should be specially tested for SARS-CoV-2 virus, and we try to combine to keep our activities for all groups of patients. A very important part of our activities during first wave to organize some special research program. Firstly, modeling using artificial intelligence to investigate the role of vitamin D on some immune factors in the development in the pathogenesis of COVID-19, to analyze cardiotoxicity of antiviral drugs, and to organize huge registry to clearly understand the efficacy of anti-cytokine therapy and other medication. Very important for us to organize special information for to organize information about mortality prediction. It was include age, severity of computed tomography information, ferritin level. And the main results of all these activities was to organize personalized approach in the treatment patient with COVID-19. In my opinion, each patient different with these diseases, and we should clearly understand the mechanism of development COVID-19 in each patient and to organize personalized approach. Also on the city level, we organize some, together with our government, local government, to organize some measures to reduce negative consequences of coronavirus pandemic. I have talked about to save possibility of acute care in high-risk patient, to saving opportunity to emergency care to patients with chronic diseases, and update of public on availability of safe acute medical care in case of migratory infarction system, and also remote managing of ambulatory patient at home, and others. And also well-known strategies and also applied, were applied. All they include higher rate regime is activated, temporary restrictions so called to limit social contacts, mask regime, social care, very important part to invite volunteers to help patients who should be mostly at home, detection of potential coronavirus carriers, self-isolation, and increase disinfection in public places, and also very important part, in my opinion, it's publicity, to contact with patient, with population in St. Petersburg through websites, media, social media, SMS, and others. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Evgeny, for sharing the various initiatives taken by Russia. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Parimal Chandra, the president of the TradeMed LLC, Kyrgyz Republic. Mr. Chandra.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nesri. Thank you for inviting. Thank you, Fiki, for inviting me for this video conference. Now, I understand that we are running a bit short of time, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. And I'd like to say a few words in Russian language for our Russian participants. Всем доброго времени суток. Я бы хотел здесь просто заметить, что я не знаю, синхронный перевод работает или нет, но при возникновении любых проблем вы можете, конечно, на русском языке обратиться, я бы могу вам ответить. Вот. Всех приветствую на этой видеоконференции. Dr. Nesri, once again, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the other participants. Now, I would like to thank the Kyrgyz Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I am going to speak from the standpoint of a business or a commercial standpoint, how this pandemic has affected us and how traditional medicine will drive the growth forward of this healthcare industry. Now, this year, of course, has been very, very difficult for all of us. Once this pandemic started for business like ours, the logistic chain supply was completely disrupted. We did not have the opportunity for import and supply and distribution of the products. And in the last 7-8 months, we've seen a degrowth of nearly 50-60% of our volume of business. But there are some other things which have come out of this pandemic, which I would like to share and maybe give suggestions on how traditional medicine can offset this loss. Now, we have been using all along, we have been using words like mask, disinfectants, and hand wash. But there's one more word which has come into frequent use, which is immunity. In fact, this word, I think, this immunity is what going to drive the healthcare sector for the next few years. And this needs to be coupled with traditional medicine. Just to give you a context of how this has affected the market, during this pandemic, the prices for simple items like ginger, black seed, and lemon for the ascorbic acid went up nearly by 4 to 5 times, which means people were interested in developing this immunity and going towards the traditional medicine. We, as a company, we have been working in the ethical pharmaceutical sector for the last 10 years. And we started working in the traditional medicine sector a few years back, 3-4 years back. We worked with Indian companies like Dabur, Imani, and with herbal products. And we are distributing for them right now. But we did not see a very serious growth in all these years. It was there, the growth was there, but it took a lot of hard work, of course, to introduce the people to these products. With this pandemic, suddenly we feel that this traditional medicine sector is going to grow by many folds. And we need to make sure that this sector is supported, or rather the business is supported by the various organizations in the SCO. Now, to mention a few points which we face during the import and distribution of a product. But there are 2 points for any product which we consider when we talk about selling it. It is point of origin and point of destination of the product. The point of origin documentation and the point of destination documentation has to be homogenized or uniform for the product to be sold. It has to be accepted. For traditional medicine, we feel that there is an issue. The process is not standard yet. For example, in India, like Honorable Mr. Sharma also mentioned here, in India, there is a procedure for certification, registration, or licensing of this product, which is a bit simplified. It comes into Cosmetic Act. For import of this product into a country in CIS where we are working right now, this product changes into a pharmaceutical product from a nutraceutical, which again, there's a discrepancy in the documentation process, regulatory process. So this is one of the biggest issues that we have been facing over the past 3-4 years. He was talking about Chyawanprash. We do import Chyawanprash and sell Dabur Chyawanprash. And he also mentioned Ashwagandha. But it would be surprising to know that Ashwagandha is not accepted as part of the component of Chyawanprash in many of the CIS states. And people who want to work with this product need to remove it from the components of Chyawanprash. But then the Chyawanprash is changed, the composition is changed. This needs to be looked into. This is what I'm talking about, the discrepancy in documentation process, from the point of origin to the point of destination. If some kind of a standardization can be achieved and this can be shifted into a nutraceutical rather than to a pharmaceutical product. This would help a lot in developing this sector a lot. Now, this is one of the issues. Documentation is a big, there are other points of this documentation, which I would not like to go into, but I'm sure you understand that once it's standardized, then the import will become much, much easier. The second point, now with this pandemic, people are increasingly turning towards holistic medicine, traditional medicine, Ayurveda. We are very much interested in working with Ayurvedic products in all of the CIS region. But there is lack of information. There is certain demand, but there is a certain vacuum as far as the information is concerned, which needs to be sorted out. Now, information can be divided into two parts. When we sell ethical pharmaceutical products, we do marketing and we do, advertising, all that. For Ayurvedic products or traditional medicine, we do not have that kind of support from any other organizations. There is no information support as far as mass media is concerned. There is thankfully there is internet, of course, which helps people to identify what products they need. But there's no mass scale information campaign going on as far as Ayurvedic or traditional medicine products are concerned. That sector also needs to be looked into. This also needs to be supported by exchange of healthcare sector professionals. Dr. Sharma mentioned here that the Dr. Badnath group has a lot of colleges. Possibly healthcare sectors could be invited, healthcare sector workers from CIS SCO countries could be invited for the exchange of information. They could be taught, or degree courses could be given for free for the people from SCO countries. And the second part, of course, is the information for the layman, for the user. That again is, we feel, since we were working in this sector for 4 years now, traditional medicine sector, that is lacking. We do not find much support in that sector as such. So these 2 points, I'll keep it short. There are other points, but these 2 main points I'd like to mention here, that we would like to, as a commercial organization, as a business which is interested in working with traditional medicine, which would like to develop this healthcare sector further, we would like to see more support from the organizations on this front. And of course, the last but not the least, the financial support. This pandemic has caused a lot of distress to all the businesses. And if the government is interested in developing this sector, the traditional sector, and healthcare, developing it to a bigger business, we would look forward to having some kind of support on this front also. I think that would be all. I would like to mention only these points. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra, for being very precise at the same time within the time. In this context, I would like to share the information with you that for the purpose of exchange of experts, the Ministry of Ayush would definitely welcome the regulators as well as the other experts from the SCO countries to India. And for that purpose, we have the program under this international cooperation. The Indian missions in different SCO countries, they can definitely be contacted for this purpose. At the same time, you may also utilize your channels, and we also provide the scholarships to all the students from all over the country to come to India to learn Ayurveda and other Ayush systems. So we also welcome the students from the SCO countries, and in this, we provide not only the scholarship, but we also provide the travel expenditure, the support for the staying, as well as the reimbursement of the fees. So there is nothing actually the student they have to pay from their pocket. So this is actually the kind of initiatives that Ministry of Ayush has taken, and we will definitely work on providing this mass media support. So thank you very much, and be in contact with the Ministry of Ayush for future collaboration. Now I would like to invite Mr. Amanullah Bismil. Amanullah Bismil is the chairman of the Homeopathic Doctors Pharmaceutical Chemist Association of Pakistan.
Thank you very much indeed. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening and good afternoon to everyone. I on behalf of FPCCI, Federation of Pakistan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, representing this particular chapter, that is traditional medicine. Today's agenda, particularly the traditional medicine for sustainable and healthy living, intra-SCO cooperation to enhance the human well-being and attainment of sustainable development goal, that is 3 health, has a central place in SDG 3, ensure healthy living, healthy lives, and promote well-being for all at all ages. I deem it mandatory. I think everyone is hearing me?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Thank you. So I deem it mandatory to bring on this forum that the traditional medicine are important and often underestimated part of the health services. Most commonly, traditional medicine field includes Chinese naturopathy and acupuncture. SCO member states are working and harnessing the potential contribution of traditional medicine to health, wellness in health sector, and promoting the safe and effective use of traditional medicine by regulating, researching, and integrating traditional medicine, its products, and even the service providers. Traditional medicines are widely accepted in SCO member states, laying a solid foundation for popularization of traditional medicine, and I am confident to say traditional medicine sectors into existing healthcare system may relieve the tremendous stress that COVID-19 pandemic has placed on health infrastructure of the member states. Now I would like to put some light on the market access among member states. Minimum, all member states must pass such resolution that whatever the established system among the above in any country may freely be accessible, definitely after qualifying the regulatory parameters of the member states to offer the services in shape of product, expertise, or the raw material. Classification of traditional medicine as a food supplement, not medicine, this is again an ambiguous situation that if any member state regulating the manufacturing, trade, and services of the above all are one of the system through its drug regulatory authority, then the definition of each discipline is very much clear and followed in its true spirit. Either it is food supplement or a medicine, such as in Pakistan, homeopathic, Unani, Ayurvedic, nutraceutical, manufacturing, trade, and services, all are being regulated by the Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan, that the member states must exchange the prevailing regulations regarding above mainstream traditional medicines being regulated in their countries in shape of manufacturing, trade, or services. As far as the need for the recognition of pharmacopoeia, in Pakistan, particularly the homeopathic, Unani, and Ayurvedic and nutraceutical sectors are very much regulated. So much so, the 5 major homeopathic pharmacopoeias, that is HPUS, BHP, FHP, IHP, European Pharmacopoeia, EHP, are even notified by the government of Pakistan. Finally, on behalf of the FPCCI Pakistan, I hereby strongly suggest that traditional medicine must be integrated with the existing healthcare system in all member states, sooner the better, to support, overcome the globally derailing healthcare system due to severe deadly wave of the pandemic COVID-19. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amanullah Bismil, for your thoughts as well as sharing the status in Pakistan and supporting the initiative of this SCO. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Mariana Ivanova Durmanova. She is the president of the Association for the support and development of pharmaceutical activities Kazakhstan. Your organization has played a significant role in signing the Memorandum of Understanding and curbing the prices for the medicinal products and medical devices in Kazakhstan in the year 2017. Ms. Marina Durmanova.
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Хочу в первую очередь поблагодарить организаторов данного бизнес-комплайса за возможность выступить на данной конференции, на данном совещании, которые рассматривают вопросы и традиционной медицины, и тех внесения изменений в регуляторные органы по возможности борьбы с пандемией по COVID-19. Я хочу сказать, что в Республике Казахстан у нас утверждена фармакопея нашей Республики Казахстан. Она состоит из 3 томов, и во 2 томе у нас присутствует 26 фармакопейных статей по лекарственному растительному сырью. 8 предприятий в Республике Казахстан работают с лекарственным растительным сырьем. Один из производителей данных лекарственных средств и БАДов – это ТО «Фитолиум». ТО «Фитолиум» 3-й раз уже подтвердил получение GMP. Выпускает именно лекарственные средства из лекарственно-растительного сырья. У него 100% производство. Они производят такие бренды, как масло кызылмая полифитовое, свечи с лекарственным растительным сырьем. И, соответственно, они сами сеют, собирают, сушат, извлекают экстракты и изготавливают из этих экстрактов лекарственные средства. Помимо этого, у нас представлены производители фиточаев, нескольких брендов БАДов и, соответственно, также представлены и участвуют в изготовлении косметических лекарственных средств на основе репейного масла и на основе экстрактов, полученных из лекарственно-растительного сырья в нашей, соответственно, промышленности. Еще я хочу заострить ваше внимание, что фармацевтические ассоциации работают как раз в рамках как согласовательной площадки между государством и бизнесом. Соответственно, были внесены поправки в нормативно-правовые акты при совместном участии ассоциации Национальной палаты Атамикен, которая также поддерживает бизнес. И какие же у нас были предприняты меры в рамках именно фармацевтического законодательства, чтобы облегчить и не уменьшать регистрацию, перерегистрацию лекарственных средств и, соответственно, БАДов. Это в кратчайшие сроки были внесены поправки в такие законодательные акты. Была упрощена процедура разового ввоза лекарственных средств для лечения и профилактики КВИ и простудных заболеваний. Внесены были изменения в правила проведения оценки безопасности и качества. Во всем мире это называется сертификацией. Теперь она может осуществляться в нашей республике в формате декларирования по ускоренной процедуре в срок не более 3 рабочих дней со дня приема заявки. Также внесены изменения в правила проведения экспертизы лекарственных средств и медицинских изделий для того, чтобы не прекращался процесс их регистрации и перерегистрации во время карантина. Была предусмотрена ускоренная процедура экспертизы лекарственных средств и медицинских изделий. При этом требования к безопасности, качеству и эффективности лекарственных средств и медицинских изделий не были снижены. Вот кратко я вас ознакомила с теми изменениями, которые способствовали, соответственно, нам внести поправки в законодательство и, не снизив качество лекарственных средств и медицинских изделий, сохранить тот формат присутствия лекарственных средств и медицинских изделий в рамках пандемии COVID-19. Соответственно, вы все прекрасно помните, когда все границы была объявлена пандемией Всемирной организации ВОЗ, все границы были закрыты стран, и, соответственно, была нехватка лекарственных препаратов, особенно в Республике Казахстан, это июнь-июль, после того, как были уже открыты границы. Но, к сожалению, у нас были обескровлены абсолютно все запасы, были обескровлены дистрибьюторы, поэтому, как я уже сказала, государство пошло навстречу и ускорило процесс разового ввоза. Разовый ввоз, согласование происходило за 3 дня и осуществлялся в Республику Казахстан. Государство Республики Казахстан внесло в нозологию в рамках гарантированного объема бесплатной медицинской помощи и ОСМС, в рамках амбулаторного лекообеспечения, когда люди получают лекарственные препараты при поликлиниках, к которым они прикреплены, и, соответственно, была внесена нозология по лечению КВИ, куда были включены 5 лекарственных средств, в частности, ибупрофен и парацетамол, которые присутствуют на сегодняшний день во всех клинических протоколах во всем мире. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Ms. Marina Drumanova, for sharing the information pertaining to the Kazakhstan. And with this, we have come to the end of this particular session. I'm very happy that all the representatives from the SCO member states, so they have supported for the integration of the traditional medicine with the conventional medicine, and to further improve the efficacy as well as to improve the support not only in the COVID pandemic but even in the other conditions also. We have also received these suggestions related to the research collaboration, and certainly there is a lot of scope for the research collaboration. As mentioned, that India is having research collaboration with many more countries, and we also look forward for this collaboration with the SCO member states, including Russia. We also are open to have these clinical trials or even the basic research on the various aspects of the traditional medicine, whether it is pertaining to the cardioprotection activity or it is related to the lungs. At the same time, the member states, they may also work for developing the single window clearance for the traditional medicine products. There is also scope for the exchange of the experts, and as I mentioned, the various provisions are there with the Ministry of Ayush, and we welcome the experts from the SCO member states and the Indian embassies and the Chamber of Commerce from the different countries, so we may work together. We have one platform called as Service Export Promotion Council, and under Service Export Promotion Council also we can have the exchange of experts. So FICCI and ACPC, they can work together. If there are any other suggestions, you are most welcome to give your suggestions on developing this further collaboration among the SCO member states. And the working group that is to be constituted, the working group definitely will take all these various suggestions for the implementation. And FICCI may also work together with the Ministry of Ayush and the other SCO Chamber of Commerce for taking this various activities at the next level, and may call a follow-up meeting somewhere in the month of February or March. Any more suggestions from the member states?
Dr. Nesri, Praveen Mittal here, and I think very well summed up from your side. We may request member states to make more suggestions if there are any. Otherwise, we will adopt this as a key takeaway, from this session. If there's anybody else who wants to share their inputs and points, they're most welcome to do at this stage, so that the suggested takeaways will then be circulated amongst all the SCO member states.
So thank you very much. I am thankful to the Vicky and the Praveen Mittal and his team for coordinating this webinar. And I'm also thankful to the SCO, various Chamber of Commerce, as well as the SCO member states and the Ministry of External Affairs and the team of the Ministry of Ayush International Cooperation for having this successful webinar, and this few points which I mentioned, so they can be taken as the takeaway message, and we can work together. And I'm sure that Vicky will be working on developing the proceedings of this webinar, and which will be circulated to all the member states. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Nesri. It was indeed very informative session and very collaborative in nature. With this, we've come to an end for the traditional medicine session. As suggested by you, we definitely look forward to holding a follow-up meeting sometime towards the February or March amongst all SCO member states and look for how the work has progressed. Vicky will make a detailed note of all the suggestions made today by various speakers and circulate amongst all member states and the speakers who have joined this afternoon. So thank you once again, Dr. Nesri, for chairing the session and moderating it as well. Thank you, all our esteemed panelists this afternoon. Thank you so much, and would now like to hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Hemant Seth and Ms. Sushma Nair for the next session on MSME. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Praveen. That was a very good session. And we will certainly work on the key takeaways with all our member states. Hemant, over to you for the next session.
Thank you, Sushma. So we started our next session, that is on creating demand for MSMEs during Corona pandemic, challenges, opportunities, and support from governments. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to all and members of the SCO who have joined us today. MSMEs are backbone of any country's economy and are one of the main indicators of sustainable development. While MSMEs are playing a crucial role in generating employment, in increasing forex reserves of the respective country, this unprecedented scenario has created conditions where millions of MSMEs are on the verge of collapsing due to lack of liquidity and demand. Steps are being taken by our respective governments to address these issues. We have Ms. Alka Nangi Arora, Joint Secretary, Minister of MSME, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am, and thank you for taking out time for joining us. Keeping the above in view, this session has been designed to deliberate upon challenges and opportunities and sharing of the best practices of creating demand and what strategies one should adopt to increase the volume of trade amongst SCO nations through MSMEs. Before I request the session chair, Mr. R. Narayan, to take the session forward, may I take a minute to introduce him? A cost accountant by training, sales and marketing professional by choice, and an entrepreneur by passion, Mr. Narayan has over 26 years of general management, sales, and marketing experience. An entrepreneur for the last 19 years with a strong corporate background, Narayan started his career working in sales and marketing profile across Microsoft, Oracle, and Tata Group. After working closely with SME segment for more than a decade, he realized that there is a substantial difference in procurement pricing for large enterprises as compared to SMEs. He then co-founded Denev India Private Limited, India's largest technology-powered sales enabling service company, where he continues to be a board member. He spearheaded Denev's growth over the first 13 years as the CEO of the company before laying the foundation of Power to SME, the first buying club for small and medium enterprises in India. Mr. Narayan has been honored with many laurels and accolades, and he is widely acclaimed for his contribution to the SME sector. He also has been acknowledged with an Entrepreneur of the Year award. Mr. Narayan is recognized through thought leaders across policy, SMEs, and entrepreneur platforms. Power to SME was awarded the Forbes India Leadership Award for Outstanding Startups in 2018 under his able stewardship. Mr. Narayan is currently associated with FICCI as president of FICCI CMSME, which is Confederation of MSME, an affiliated body under the umbrella of FICCI. FICCI CMSME was established by FICCI specifically to cater to the MSME needs. I now request Mr. Narayan to take the session forward. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Narayan.
Thank you so much for that, Hemant. Very good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to the SCO Business Conclave. Our session, of course, is on creating demand for MSMEs during Corona pandemic, challenges, opportunities, and support from the government. At the very outset, in case I make any pronunciation mistakes while calling out the names or subjects, my sincere apologies for that. With that, let's start this session. Ms. Alka Nangia Arora, Joint Secretary, SME, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Mr. Sandeep Kamravali, Director, APAC, Shopify. Mr. Tian Zhang, General Manager, Russia, IFLY Tech Company Limited. Mrs. Rima Apasova, Vice President, CCI, Kazakhstan, Head of Business Partnership Department, Chamber of Commerce Industry. Ms. Akramovna, Deputy Chairman, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Republic of Tajikistan. Mr. Mohammad Azim Anis, Convener, FPCCI Standing Committee on SMEs, Pakistan. Ms. Elena Daibova, Vice President, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Russia. Ms. Dina Bergitsky, Director and Department of Borrowing and International Relationship, Damu Entrepreneurship Development Fund, JSC, Kazakhstan. Mr. Shukrat Ejmota, Head of Department, Agency for Small Business Development, Uzbekistan. Mr. Sergey Kanavsky, Executive Secretary, and all eminent members of SCO Business Council. Friends, at the outset, on behalf of FICCI, as the Business Secretariat of SCO in India, and on behalf of Government of India, I would like to welcome all the members who have joined us from different parts of the SCO region for this very important session, which is on MSMEs. We are glad to have among us today Ms. Alka Nangia Arora, Joint Secretary, SME, Ministry of MSME. This shows how important this sector is for India. A very warm welcome, ma'am, and thank you for joining us. As we all know, the SMEs in India, as we call the MSMEs, which is micro, small, medium enterprises, play an important role in the global economy. The MSMEs represent about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Formal MSMEs contribute to 40% of the GDP in emerging countries, and the number is considerably higher when we look at when we add the informal ones also. Just like the rest of the world, India's economy is also driven by the MSME sector. In India, MSMEs are regulated and governed by the MSMED Act of 2006. And we have a full-fledged ministry, that is Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises under the Government of India. The ministry functions through multiple divisions and is dedicated organizations including field offices, training and technology centers across the country. MSMEs in India are classified on the basis of investment in plant and machinery and turnover. The maximum ceiling for investment in plant and machinery and annual turnover prescribed to MSMEs is 6.75 million USD and 34 million USD, 250 crores respectively. The MSME sector has been the center of gravity for the economy, and the government has been putting impetus on the growth and promotion of the sector. As per annual reports published by the Ministry of MSME in the year 1920, the country has 633 lakh MSMEs employing more than 1100 lakh people. The sector's contribution to the GDP and exports is 29.7% and 49.66% respectively. MSMEs across the globe work with limited resources and survive on thin margins to stay competitive in the market, which makes them most vulnerable during conditions caused by this pandemic, like COVID and any other disruptions. In India, too, immediate lockdown due to COVID disrupted their entire value chain as their raw material, finished products, pending payments got stuck, and they started facing challenges in paying their basic regular bills of salaries, workforce, utility bills, rent. As a result, many MSMEs were led to the stage of collapsing. It is truly commendable that the Ministry of MSME, being the steering force for the MSMEs, played a very crucial and important role in safeguarding the country's MSMEs and mitigating their risks. Not only did the government announce mega relief packages for maintaining liquidity, but also announced incentives for retaining employees. The government also supported the MSMEs which were under stress and extended healing hand to such enterprises. The Indian government has done a tremendous job over the years for the inclusive development of the MSMEs in areas like funding, marketing, demand creation, technology, skill development, etc. And especially during the pandemic, the Ministry of MSME started various schemes to safeguard the MSMEs from the impact. Besides, platforms like Threads, GEM, e-commerce portals, etc., have emerged as preferred tools for the MSMEs in these times of crisis due to their virtual nature. Digital payments has also witnessed a huge surge in recent times due to rapid adoption by the MSMEs. MSME by virtue plays a key role in the success of large corporates to the value chain. When a large corporate is set up, not only it provides business opportunities to its ancillaries, but also encourages entrepreneurship among people. Every large company outsources their work to MSMEs, which is a win-win situation for both enterprises. While the large corporate gets to achieve economies of scale, MSMEs get the business opportunity with large corporate in India. During COVID, large companies have played an important role in saving MSMEs in their value chain by supporting them to survive this crisis. As the people started to realize that the virus was not going to go away any sooner and social distancing would become the new normal, government started unlocking businesses in India. When MSMEs started reopening their businesses, they started facing challenges on cash starvation and lack of demand. In totality, while the Indian government has done a significant amount of work for the MSME sector, there are still major issues in lack of demand and cash starvation among MSMEs, which needs to be addressed on priority. Keeping the challenge in view, the topic of today's discussion has been set. Member states of SCO are also in similar situation as India, and a lack of demand is a common challenge for MSMEs across the SCO region. Today's session is aimed to discuss ways and means to create demand for the MSMEs and share the best practices adopted by member states to generate demand in their respective countries. Session participants are also invited to discuss what are the challenges and opportunities which are evident in the journey of creating the demand, and what all strategies all governments should adopt in increasing the volume of trade among SCO nations through MSMEs. For example, India can suggest organizing a virtual annual SCO MSME summit to increase the engagements among the MSMEs of the SCO region. More ideas are required to be suggested and discussed on this platform to create demand. Besides, it's also important to know what support MSMEs seek from their government to boost demand and what role e-commerce and digital marketing can play to generate demand, including exports for MSMEs of the region. I request all the representatives of member states to consider these topics while sharing the views on the subject. I'm sure that together we'll all make a big difference for the MSMEs of the region, and today's collective deliberation will play an important role in the role of this journey. With these words, I would like to conclude and invite Ms. Alka Nangia Arora, Joint Secretary, SME, Ministry of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, Government of India, to share India's perspective on this August platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Narayan, and thank you, Vicky, for having me at this platform. I, on behalf of myself and the Ministry, would like to welcome all the respected dignitaries, all the global leaders and representatives who are participating in the SCO Business Conclave today. It's a great platform which we have today, and we have different countries participating, and leaders from across the world are there. So today we all have an opportunity to discuss and deliberate the topic which has been given for today, creating demand for MSMEs during the corona pandemic. As we are all aware, and in different parts of the world, that it's been nearly now 8 months or maybe more, since it hit the world. And what most of us in India had thought that, when the festive time comes in October, November, December, across the world, the festivals start, and by New Year and Christmas, it will be over. Here in India, we had thought like by Diwali, it should go away, but doesn't seem like, and maybe it's a new way to live. So I would say that though Corona has brought us many, many hardships in this world, but it has also opened a different kind of world for all of us. Meetings like this, which seemed impossible earlier when, most of us were traveling here and there, then once a year we would maybe meet in some international forum. But here we are all sitting in our own countries and talking, and I think never we have all spoken so much, different countries, different platforms, different ministries, people from different genre, everybody has been discussing and talking about a way forward. So the SMEs have been the worst hit, as Mr. Narayan mentioned in his opening remarks, and as all of us have seen in the different walks of life, that where the maximum loss of jobs has happened, the unemployment has increased, limited working capital is there, lack of demand, and it has a cascading effect on the value chain. The raw material constraints are there, and it has also impacted many of the other import dependent sectors, and there has been a significant decrease in the exports also. The credit deficit, shortage of working capital, all this has affected across the world, but more so to the MSMEs. And most of us have realized, who are working in this sector, that MSMEs across the globe speak a common language. And looking at all this, the government of India has taken very proactive steps, and our Honorable Prime Minister announced the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, where the MSMEs have been kept at the forefront, and a lot of many of the packages which were announced, the special economic package, which was around 20 lakh crores, which is equivalent to nearly 10% of India's GDP, was announced. So there have been a lot of collateral loans which have been announced for the MSMEs. Then the 20,000 crore subordinate debt fund of funds has been created. Then the government tenders up to 200 crores. It has been mentioned that, you know, they will be, all of them will be procured from the MSMEs. The MSME receivables, the dues which are due to them, will be released in 45 days. TREDS has been facilitating. So, and many steps have been taken by the Indian government. Also, the Ministry of MSME has themselves been taking very proactive steps. We have launched during the pandemic, in the month of April, we launched the Champions Portal. The Champions Portal is the first portal of its kind, which is the biggest grievance platform. Anybody who is in the MSME sector can write their complaint or address it to the ministry, and within a few hours, it is like a war room we have in our ministry now, and it is connected to our different centers. So we have nearly 85 centers, and we're planning to make them around 100 across the country. And it's like a redressal portal. So the banks have also been onboarded, and if there are any grievances with the banks, the Champions Portal takes it up immediately. So, and this is a AI-based portal which we are, you know, further working on it. Similarly, we realized that one of the basic problems which most of the MSMEs are facing is how do they sell their products. So we have one of our corporations which is working on a global market platform, and they have worked onto a B2B portal where for the manufacturing side. And then we have the Khadi, the KVIC with us, the Khadi division, which also looks into the village industries. As most of you are aware that India is very rich, it's a rich country in agriculture, and we have many products coming from that side. So the Khadi has various stores in the country, and now they have also launched a B2C portal. So from the cosmetics to the agro products and the Khadi fabric, which is there, different products are being onboarded on this B2C portal, which is providing a facility for e-marketing. Also, the ministry is in talks with Amazon and Google, and we are trying to link up many of the small MSMEs and provide them help by getting their websites, etc., done, and onboard these portals where they can directly become suppliers. Also, what one has realized is that that most of the MSMEs do not know what they are supposed to, what they're producing, how do they market it, and also the export potential, what kind of export they can do. And in this pandemic, we all have realized that the e-commerce platforms have taken up a new shape. But for that, the MSME needs to be technology savvy. And that is where a lot of work needs to be done by us and the other countries, and we need to share our best practices, that how do we support the MSMEs so that we make them because most of them are weak on the technology side. So we have realized, and we are working on these, that they need to get these online courses, make them technology savvy, and also to help them that how will they do the photography of their products, how will they onboard, and how do they do the costing and the pricing of their products. You'll be happy to know that the ministry has made 5 task forces, and we are working on various issues like how to take the cluster forward. Like a cluster should have all the facilities available right there, from the design vertical to the packaging, and as well as the export vertical. One of the groups has been studying what are the products which are being imported in our country, and how are we doing any value addition to those products, or are those products just entering the market like that, and they can be produced in the country, and because of that the MSMEs are suffering because we are getting the cheaper imports in our country. So work is on that. Then we have these technology centers. We have 18 technology centers with the ministry, and 15 more are coming up. We're also working on the hub and spoke model, and we are trying to link them with various different kinds of technologies, because India is a huge country. So in the Northeast, we have different facilities, like we have a lot of organic produce happening, lots of natural flowers, and as I had just happened to hear the end of the first session that which was happening with the Ayush on the natural medication and the natural resources which our country has. So my request to all the members today, the esteemed members who are taking part in this, is that we should share our best practices. Many of us are producing many of the same things. How do we market them? How do we make a successful global value chain? And also, how do we link to each other? The MSMEs should be able to talk to each other. That is very, very important, because we need to open doors to them. And as Mr. Narayan mentioned, that we need to have many of these platforms. So yes, ministry had created a global platform. Every year we were having this program during the month of April, May. Unfortunately, this year we could not have that program. So now we are hoping, if things become better, or otherwise we'll have a virtual program somewhere in March or April, where nearly 50 to 60 countries are participating. And I would like to welcome all the SCO members who are there. Last year, Kazakhstan had brought a big delegation, and the ministry acts as a bridge. We have been doing it with one of our partners. One of the forums, SCB Forum, has been participating with us. And in fact, on the 9th and 10th of December, another global program, a virtual program, is being organized by CII, which is being called Reboot to Rebound, Stimulating Demand and Supply Side. So where, again, many of these different countries are participating, and Russia, we have requested Russia to be the partner state and the partner country in this. So that I don't know whether they have confirmed or not, but yes, the ministry has been encouraging, and I would request Vicky also that if they have any thoughts, because the more we do in this area, it's less, because we have to keep working on it and keep the morale and boosting up our MSMEs. And as we all know, the definition has changed a lot. As all of us know now, 250 CR is the outer limit. But we have a lot of micro units. And in my interaction with many of the other countries, I know many of the other countries in the SCO group also have very, very small units. There are sometimes these are 1 or 2 member owned micro units, which need a lot of hand holding, support and nurturing. So together we should, get into, changing of notes, maybe exchanging the success stories, the movies, which you have of your successful entrepreneurs. And our ministry comes out every month with a newspaper, an online kind of news bulletin, where we cover the success stories of different entrepreneurs. Maybe if Vicky helps us, then next month we can have the topic as the success stories of the SCO group. So there's a lot which we can all do together, and I hope the next 1 hour of deliberations comes out with many key areas where all of us need to work together. So thank you, Vicky, for having me here, and I wish all success to the deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arora, for sharing your thoughts and updates of what we are doing in India with all the other SCO members. We will further welcome your suggestions and advice as we go forward. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Sandeep Komravali, who leads the efforts of growing Shopify across key markets in Asia in his capacity as the Director of International Growth at Shopify. In his current role, he is responsible for driving strategic partnerships, building the right product for the market, and driving overall growth across the region. He has a rich experience in setting up and building large consumer-facing technology platforms across industries like e-commerce, insurance. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Narayan, for for doing that introduction, and thank you, Vicky, for extending this invitation to me. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the leaders who are tuning in this afternoon, and thank you for having me. I wish to speak for a few minutes today on how adoption of digital tools can build resilience for MSMEs in these testing times. And I'm representing Shopify, as Mr. Narayan had mentioned. And for those of you who are not aware of what Shopify is, very briefly, Shopify is a platform that helps retail businesses of all sizes to get started, to set up, and to grow their online business and commerce of any kind. Shopify has been through these Corona testing times, our platform has seen a lot of inbound requests from MSMEs who earlier were not exploring online as a channel of growth, and we've been working hard to try and figure out ways of helping this segment so that they're able to recover and drive some of the demand that they've lost because of Corona. As has been mentioned earlier multiple times, and I'm sure it's not news for anyone tuning in, SMEs are backbone of any country's economy, and given the unexpected challenges that not just this segment, but all of us are facing today because of COVID, I think the need to be creative and agile on how do we solve these problems has probably never been more. And I, given that context, I would probably, touch upon two areas today. One is on some of the challenges that as a technology platform, which is working to help these SMEs as Shopify we have seen, and what are those challenges, and maybe also talk a little bit about what are some of the opportunities that we have and recommendations on how we can address some of those challenges. Obviously, my views here are very limited to the space of retail and how some of the SMEs operating in that space are, and some of the technology platforms. And of course, as Ms. Arora pointed out earlier in the session, there's like a lot of other initiatives that are happening too, but maybe I can zero in a little bit on the technology side of things. So the first part of it, which is I think on the challenges that this segment has been facing since the lockdown, one of the biggest challenges that have been faced by SMEs is just to keep the demand going. And while enterprises that are solely dependent on offline channel only or brick and mortar stores have probably seen a bigger impact and have had a bigger challenge in keeping up with the demand. I think even those who are doing business online, and even those who are having e-commerce as a primary source of business, even they have had like a lot of challenges specific to, let's say, supply chain or logistics, or just making sure that they're able to provide their services. So I think, and this probably was, a lot. The challenge was pretty, pretty daunting during the lockdown period, but I think it has extended even after some of the lockdown measures have been lifted. The other big challenge, I think, has been the ability to quickly adapt to these online business models. A lot of the businesses earlier would look at online channel as a nice to have channel, but I think COVID has taught the importance of just building demand on online channels, because that I think is a more sustainable way to grow all retail businesses, irrespective of the size. But I think it has been a challenge for businesses generally to adopt some of the technology platforms, and these would come in the form of just choosing the right platform or learning about the new technologies, or a struggle to identify what's the right partner to implement these, or who's the right supplier, and just having the technical know-how or the knowledge, or just having support to just go online and start their business online. I think all of these have been acting as barriers. I think that sort of are like the high level challenges that that at least we've heard from a lot of the merchants that that we've interacted with in the last few months of Corona. In terms of opportunities and recommendations, I think not just e-commerce, but I think along with e-commerce, a lot of the technology-enabled innovations, be it in the space of digital payments or hyper-local logistics, analytics-driven customer engagement, or just advertising on digital platforms or social media platforms, solutions which will enable and help your business to go on the cloud. All of them have been, very instrumental in supporting the growth of the sector. And I think the best part is that a lot of these solutions today are available at a very, very affordable price point for MSMEs. So irrespective of whether you are a business which is, a 1-person, 2-person, enterprise, or you're on the higher side of the spectrum, I think the way the models operate and the way the tools and platforms are enabling these businesses now with a typical pay-per-use model helps these businesses to get started. And it basically removes the need for the heavy upfront costs. That was the case earlier. But unfortunately, I think the perception is still very dominant that it takes a lot of investment, a lot of time to go online, and that is sort of acting as a barrier. But I think there is a huge opportunity now to educate a lot of these SMEs and give exposure to these platforms and technology tools, which can literally help a business go online in a couple of hours and then start talking to their customers and maybe recover some of the demand. There is a lot of scope for higher collaboration between different technology platforms and also interacting with different government bodies and associations who are working tirelessly to reach out and help out the sector. But I think while there are some programs that are already in flight, I think they can be we can do a lot more in terms of offering specialized solutions in the form of either education or free resources or marketing support. That is unique to these small businesses, mentoring programs, curated online resources, incentives. All of these, I think, help SMEs. And as a business and as a platform, we've been experimenting with multiple ways of driving this education programs and awareness, be it through one-on-one consultation videos or through enablement workshops, which are like one-to-many. So any SME can join in and we help them learn about some of these tools and platforms, and they've been widely successful. The other area that I would want to talk about is also the partner ecosystem, which is basically partners who are helping these merchants learn more about these technology tools and platforms, be it e-commerce platforms like Shopify or advertising platforms like Google, Facebook, or Instagram, all of these channels. And I think partners have also seen a big growth in demand. So merchants and businesses going to these partners to help out. And these are freelancers, developers who are also sort of, a part of the SMEs, and their growth has also been fairly encouraging to see. And I think we've been working on, I think there is an opportunity to work in making sure that they have more tools and more, more demand at their disposal so that they can help the merchants. The last area that I want to talk about is exports and how SMEs can start looking at markets outside of India to generate demand. And I think it was very tough earlier to, try and cater to the demand that is outside of India, but because of all the platforms that are available now, I think, and this cross-border commerce can easily be facilitated, and it can be another avenue for demand generation. And any push there in that direction, be it from different government bodies and in the capacities that all of you leaders work, I think can really give that push towards SME. And I think this will need to be an ongoing process. The last few weeks and last few months have been instrumental in focusing on the sector, but I think I'm sure we will have to be at it for a few more months. And as Shopify, we are more than willing and keen to partner with government and trade associations to make sure that we are helping in this. And given the impetus that we've seen in the last few months, I'm confident that we'll be able to fight this and come out stronger. So thank you very much for again giving this opportunity, and I'm really happy that the conversations are happening in this space, and look forward to how how we can support this segment overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Komaravali, for your thoughts and views to promote resilience among entrepreneurs by adoption of digital tools. I will now welcome the key statements from representatives of the SCO region. First and foremost, I would like to invite the Chinese representative, Ms. Zhang, to share her thoughts with us. Ms. Tian Zhang, General Manager, Russia iFlyTech Company Limited, China. Topic: pandemic prevention empowered by AI. A brief profile of Ms. Zhang. A PhD of Political Science, Moscow Institute of International Relationships. She is currently working as the General Manager for Russia for iFlyTech Company Limited, and is responsible for the business development in Russia and CIS countries. Based on deep cultivation in Russia and CIS countries for over many years, she has a rich experience in education cooperation between universities and scientific technology cooperation between China and Russia. Founded in 1999, iFlyTech is a well-known intelligence, speech and artificial intelligence public listed company in the Asia-Pacific region. Since its establishment, the company is devoted to cornerstone technological research in speech and languages, natural language, understanding, machine learning, machine reasoning, adaptive learning, and has maintained world-leading positions in those domains. The company actively promotes the development of AI products and their sector-based application with visions of enabling machines to listen, speak, understand, think, and creating a better world with artificial intelligence. Ms. Zhang.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Narayan, for the introduction and warm-up. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so dear Chairman and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Tian Zhang. I'm the representative of iFlyTech Company from Chinese side. Today, it is my great honor to participate in this session and communicate with representatives from BRICS countries. As we're aware that this year the pandemic has changed our lives in many ways. While it is still early to define in a good way or a bad way, but it is undeniable that AI has played an important role in combating the pandemic and providing convenience for everyone. So today I'm going to share with you iFlyTech's experiences on pandemic prevention empowered by AI technology. First of all, please allow me to give you a brief introduction of iFlyTech Company. iFlyTech was founded in 1999 in Anhui, China. The company went public in Shenzhen Stock Exchange in 2008. After 20 years development, iFlyTech has developed as the largest public AI and speech technology company in the Asian Pacific region. At the same time, iFlyTech also plays an important role as the National Engineering Lab for Speech and Language, as well as the National Key Lab for Cognitive Intelligence. As a company that is driven by independent technology, every year iFlyTech spends over 20% of the total revenue in R&D. As a result, our core technologies such as speech recognition, speech synthesis, machine learning, and so on have kept the leading position in the world. There was an influential news for iFlyTech in the global stage. That is, iFlyTech was chosen as one of the smartest company in 2017 and 2019 respectively by MIT Technology Review. It ranked the 6th and 7th place in the world and #1 in China. It was also in 2017, iFlyTech, together with Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent, were selected as 4 national AI platforms. While all these companies are focusing on different aspects, and iFlyTech is responsible for developing intelligent speech technology. After some basic introduction about the company, I will explain how to use AI technologies in different industries. Well, our strategy is platform plus industries. Platform is that we integrate our core technologies and background content and services so that we build a continuous closed-loop ecological system. While our rich experiences in different industries and technical strength allows us to apply AI technology in spheres such as education, finance, healthcare, smart city, and so on. Among our main industries, one of the most important area is education. IFATech actively promotes the innovative solutions for education and teaching. During the pandemic period, we provided free support for Hubei province. Over 320,000 teachers and students benefited from IFATech's smart education products and technologies. With AI technology support, students can learn online, do their homework online, and also pass the exam online. We also expanded our support nationwide. Altogether, we supported over 6,500 schools and served over 15 million users. We also endeavored to integrate our intelligent voice and other AI technologies into the healthcare industry. Our image assistant diagnostic platform helped doctors to make accurate evaluation of lung lesions and their changes in patients with COVID-19, thus making fast and accurate diagnosis and identification. Besides, our AI outbound calling system also helped control and prevent the epidemic spread in China. During the epidemic period, the outbound calling system has conducted 34.3 million person times of epidemic propaganda and key population follow-up. We also provided technical support for the China National Health Commission to provide training content of epidemic prevention and control. Based on our successful experiences, we also supported South Korea in combating COVID-19. South Korea's AI outbound calling system for epidemic prevention and control has been launched in more than 10 cities and units. The system will help Korean related agencies to visit suspected cases and isolated people quickly and accurately, which can effectively avoid the infection risk of call center centralized operation. IFATech's cloud conferencing solutions also helped companies and healthcare institutions to conduct distant conferences and communications. Supported by IFATech's real-time speech recognition and translation technology, the conferencing system and products eliminate barriers and improve the efficiency for multi-language distant communications. Also, when we heard that our Russian friends were facing the challenge of epidemic control, IFATech also donated a number of translation machines free of charge to help the Moscow government and medical staff to deal with cross-language communication in the prevention and control of the epidemic at Moscow Sheremetyevo International Airport. Based on our experiences and applications, we believe that AI technology can help us in combating the pandemic, thus creating a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. Thank you very much for that. I would now like to invite Ms. Rima Apasova from Kyrgyz Republic to join and share her views and comments on improving the business climate for MSMEs. A brief profile. Ms. Rima Apasova is the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Head of Foreign Economic Relationship Department of CCI. Previously, she has served as an expert in the Office of Prime Minister, Head of Department, Ministry of State Property, Head of Department, Mayor's Office, Deputy General Director, Association of Trade. She is very fluent in Kyrgyz, Russian, and English. She has pursued her education from Kyrgyz State University in Economics and Institute of Political Science and Management. Over to you, Ms. Rima.
Спасибо. Thank you very much, господин Нараян. Спасибо. Меня слышно, да? Do you hear me? Отлично.
Yes, we can.
Спасибо за возможность еще раз выступить перед участниками. Я приветствую организаторов, я приветствую всех моих коллег, особенно Мунавару Полташеву, с которым мы встречаемся всегда на заседаниях делового совета ШОС. И вторая тема заседания, посвященная роли развития малого и среднего предпринимательства, не менее важна, как и первая. И это очень важно, потому что малый и средний бизнес занимает самый большой процент в экономике, дает больше доход, дает рабочие места. Это самое главное направление повышения роли экономики всех стран. И как мы все знаем, что все пострадали, особенно эта часть малого и среднего бизнеса, от пандемии. И этот процесс очень долгий, и мы должны привыкнуть к тому, что он будет еще затяжной. И только, как говорят ученые, прогнозируют, только к 2022 году, может быть, мы избавимся от этой коварной болезни. Поэтому нам нужно предпринимать все усилия, все меры для того, чтобы уменьшить эти последствия, с которыми мы столкнулись. В настоящее время в Казахстане идет реализация, принята программа комплексная посткризисного восстановления и дальнейшего развития экономики. За эти месяцы пандемия, государством сделано немало шагов антикризисных. Это как первое, пересмотрено обязательства по налоговым контрактам за период отсутствия экономической предпринимательской деятельности, которые коснулись торговли, услуг. Реструктуризирована задолженность по начисленным процентам пени, налоговым санкциям. Проведена легализация капиталов и имущества с предоставлением гарантий сохранения имущества и освобождением от каких-либо платежей. Внедрен механизм контроля и мониторинга, обеспечения бесперебойной деятельности бюджетообразующих предприятий. Я уже, конечно, не буду сейчас говорить очень много, потому что, во-первых, уже время. Я хочу сказать, что торгово-промышленная палата предпринимается с начала периода пандемии, было организовано тоже в режиме онлайн с участием председателей комитетов, подкомитетов, которые могли обменяться своими предложениями. И нами направлены эти предложения в правительство для улучшения экономической среды для малого и среднего бизнеса. И в общей сложности вот нами от имени Торговой промышленной палаты, как я уже ранее говорила, где-то озвучено более 16 рекомендаций и предложений. Мы выступаем как общественная организация, и остальные ассоциации, которые ассоциированы и членами являются палаты, также выступали от имени бизнеса. Мы эти меры доработали и отправили в парламент, где надо для принятия каких-то нормативных материалов. То есть я хочу сказать, что все-таки правительство согласилось с нашими предложениями, и вот сейчас принимаются определенные меры поддержки для предприятий малого и среднего бизнеса. Что именно ими было предпринято? Была предоставлена отсрочка по сдаче единой налоговой декларации, а юридическим лицам по представлению налоговых отчетов. Эта мера, конечно, эффективна для малого и среднего бизнеса, но она не дает такой эффективности. Все равно мы чувствуем, что малый и средний бизнес недоволен. То есть мы опять же таки возвращаемся к тому, чтобы снова собирать, значит, этих участников для того, чтобы снова поднять те вопросы, с которыми, значит, они, значит, перед нами и перед правительством поднимает. То есть мы будем вносить дополнения и снова, потому что этот вопрос, он не одного дня. Постоянно малый и средний бизнес сталкивается с определенными какими-то трудностями, с которыми вот сейчас с которыми сейчас вот идет вот этот пандемический период для этого сектора экономики. Ну и я хочу сказать несколько слов о молодежном предпринимательстве. Вы знаете, что в нашей стране сейчас идет, так сказать, обсуждение. Во-первых, мы будем выбирать в следующем году главу государства, вы, наверное, слышали. Вот, идет вопрос обсуждения Конституции, то есть будет приниматься Конституция. Сейчас также идет очень большое толкование по Конституции. Вот, то есть Кыргызстан столкнется с еще некоторыми проблемами по выработке каких-то нормативных правовых основ для развития нашего государства. Естественно, мы сделаем акцент на молодежь, что молодежное предпринимательство, которое охватывает в основном малый и средний бизнес, безработица, мигранты, которые у нас сейчас везде, во всех странах, вот мы должны вот эти вопросы решать, давать нашим начинающим молодым предпринимателям, давать дорогу, зеленую дорогу, для того, чтобы они вернулись в Кыргызстан. И нам для этого, конечно же, надо создавать рабочие места. То есть проблем у Кыргызстана много. Вот. Я не буду вдаваться в подробности. Я думаю, время сейчас рассудит, время надо просто нам в этой ситуации решать очень много вопросов, хоть и медленно идут некоторые реализации некоторых мер, но нам необходимо время, чтобы стабилизировать ситуацию и чтобы не было никаких препятствий по реализации новых идей для молодого поколения. Я вам всем желаю успехов и также успехов в развитии вашей экономики, нашей страны. Мы ШОС, страны ШОС, мы должны помогать друг другу, объединяться в решении задач. И я пожелаю вам всем здоровья и успехов. Спасибо за внимание. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for that, ma'am. I would also, at the end of the session, what we want to come away is with, 4, 5, 6 set of actions that we will all, implement in the SCO region as per what we decide here. So I'd also request each one of you to give us suggestions on, 1 or 2 main things that worked and will work for the region. And we will try and collate that information so that we have a work plan as we go forward. Thank you. I would now want to invite Ms. Rustamova Manzura Akramovna from Tajikistan to share her vision for the region and in particular, how to help the MSME sector in this SCO space. A brief profile. She is the Deputy Chairman, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Republic of Tajikistan. She has worked in the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Tajikistan and was promoted from leading specialist to the head of the International Cooperation Department. She has been a member of the People's Democratic Party of Tajikistan from 2000. She was a member of the EURSEC working group on the development of transport corridors and a member of the working group of the promotion of investment of projects under the trachea. Previously, she has served on various positions, including head of production, technical department, branch of JSC IRS Limited in the Republic of Tajikistan, assistant general director OJSC Santuda, HPP1 expert on Tajikistan, International Trachea Logistics Center, project and other positions in International Trachea project. Head of Department of Foreign Economic Relations for the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Tajikistan. Leading engineer in the JSC Tajik Telecom. She has also served as the leading economist for of the independent audit firm under the government of the Republic of Tajikistan. She was the certificate of honor at the celebration of the 10th anniversary of independence of the Republic of Tajikistan. Ma'am, over to you.
Да, спасибо большое, уважаемый господин Нараяну, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые участники данного мероприятия. Я бы тоже со своей стороны хотела бы приветствовать вас всех, знакомых лиц мне, ну и, конечно же, познакомиться и с кем я не знакома еще. Как вы знаете, текущий год оказался непростым для нас всех. И, конечно же, для ТПП Таджикистана, которая имела свои планы по развитию и поддержке МСП в Таджикистане. Ну, конечно же, и вспышка коронавируса, она внесла свои коррективы в это. Здесь я бы хотела поделиться некоторыми статистическими данными. Так, по данным Агентства по статистике при президенте Республики Таджикистан, на 1 октября 2020 года в Республике Таджикистан более 17,6 тысяч хозяйствующих субъектов ликвидировались. В частности, ликвидировались 652 юридических лица, это компании, предприятия и около 17 тысяч индивидуальных предпринимателей. И численность на 1 октября действующих хозяйствующих субъектов в Таджикистане составляет 337 тысяч. И в том числе 35,6 тысяч – это юридические лица, и свыше 301 тысячи – это индивидуальные предприниматели. Конечно же, в Республике Таджикистан также в связи с пандемией COVID-19 правительством Таджикистана были предприняты ряд тоже антикризисных мер, и что сказалось немного на росте численных занятости в МСП в сфере. Кроме того, очень многие трудовые мигранты вернулись домой, которые открывают свой микробизнес в Республике Таджикистан. Однако полностью закрылись и ликвидировались многие предприятия, связанные, конечно же, прежде всего с туризмом, с гостиничным делом, авиационным сервисом и другими. Но здесь я бы хотела отметить, что пандемия также и она научила малые и средние предприятия быть гибкими и терпеливыми. То есть в Республике Таджикистан, например, те малые предприятия, которые занимались непосредственно в сферах медицины и в легкой промышленности, они перепрофилировались и начали выпускать СИЗы. Ну, я бы хотела также и несколько слов сказать о том, что на сегодняшний день Торгово-промышленная палата Республики Таджикистан предпринимаются, какие меры для поддержки МСП в период пандемии. Прежде всего, мы с целью оказания необходимой консультационной помощи мы запустили горячую линию, которая, по нашему мнению, она была более-менее успешной. И с начала запуска горячей линии, а это с апреля месяца текущего года, мы оказали консультационные услуги нашим членам ТПП Таджикистана, а их на сегодняшний день насчитывается более 800. Кроме того, мы охватываем более 2000 частных предпринимателей и малого среднего бизнеса. И к нам на горячую линию обратилось более 155 таких вот заявлений, которые своевременно получили компетентные ответы от непосредственно экспертов по той или иной области. Кроме того, с целью повышения осведомленности и повышения квалификации бизнес-сообщества Республики Таджикистан в период пандемии, нами были проведены ряд семинаров и тренингов. Основная тематика семинаров, конечно же, касалась это пандемии. Например, как вести бизнес в период пандемии, бизнес в режиме онлайн, толчок для развития, влияние пандемии на договорные отношения, экспорт и импорт в период пандемии, ну и очень много других вот таких вот тематик. И за 9 месяцев текущего года мы провели такого рода мероприятия, их более 55. И в связи я бы хотела предложить рассмотреть вопрос в рамках нашего сотрудничества, чтобы мы совместно организовывали вот такие бизнес-тренинги в режиме онлайн для того, чтобы могли обмениваться, ну и делиться своим опытом по тому или иному направлению. Кроме того, мы в рамках своего сотрудничества с международными организациями ТПП Таджикистана приняла активное участие в проведении исследований, касающихся МСП в период пандемии, которая позволила оценить масштаб влияния эпидемии на деятельность уязвимых домохозяйств и предпринимателей в разных секторах экономики, в том числе и определить возможности и практики адаптации к новым условиям для улучшения состояния бизнес-сообщества и поддержки малого и среднего бизнеса во время пандемии. Уважаемые участники, большое значение имеет развитие процессов информатизации и для сферы МСП. Активное использование современных информационно-коммуникационных технологий является не только дополнительным ресурсом в повышении эффективности деятельности субъектов предпринимательства, но и предоставляет широкие возможности для оптимизации национального экономического пространства, создания условий равной и честной конкуренции, повышения открытости деятельности субъектов предпринимательства и многое другое. Кроме того, с учетом важности дальнейшей активизации деловых контактов между предпринимателями Таджикистана и других стран мира, в углублении торгово-экономического сотрудничества в период продолжающего мирового экономического кризиса во всем мире хорошо себя зарекомендовал диалог бизнес-сообщества на различных электронных площадках, а также электронная торговля между ними, что также обуславливает развитие электронной коммерции и в Таджикистане. Статистические данные показывают, что в структуре мировой торговли объем электронной торговли с каждым годом растет, и эта тенденция не ослабевает. Определенно, что электронная торговля имеет преимущество и перспективу, в связи с чем бизнес и нам всем необходимо придать этому должное внимание. В связи с актуальностью вопроса ТПП Таджикистана на основании решения правления ТПП создала при торговой палате Совет по развитию электронной коммерции, которую возглавил председатель ТПП Таджикистана Джумахонзода Джамшед Джурахон. И по нашему мнению, этот совет станет важной платформой для обсуждения вопросов, касающихся проблем продвижения и развития электронной коммерции в Республике Таджикистан. Учитывая это, предлагаем также рассмотреть вопрос создания такой площадки и в рамках сотрудничества стран-членов ШОС. Одним из важнейших условий мы видим в дальнейшее развитие экспортного потенциала МСП, а также в привлечении иностранных и внутренних инвестиций. Для этого было бы целесообразным продолжить развивать выставочно-ярмарочную и конгрессную деятельность и в условиях сложившейся в мире экономической ситуации из-за глобальной пандемии COVID-19 в электронном формате. В целях поддержки предпринимателей Республики Таджикистан и экспортеров ТПП организовывает первую онлайн-выставку Made in Tajikistan, и начало которой будет проходить с 26 ноября по 17 декабря 2020 года. И, пользуясь возможностью и случаем, я бы хотела пригласить вас всех участвовать на данном мероприятии в качестве посетителей. И целью организации, конечно же, данной выставки является поддержка отечественных товаропроизводителей, продвижение компаний и продукции на внутреннем и международном рынках, увеличение экспортного потенциала Таджикистана, что позволит МСП расширить географию экспорта и увеличить число потребителей продукции на внутреннем и внешнем рынках. Учитывая сказанное, также предлагается с нашей стороны рассмотреть вопрос организации виртуальной выставки товаров МСП, произведенных в странах ШОС, с использованием также онлайн-площадки. Кроме того, учитывая, что Республика Таджикистан является аграрной страной и большую долю экспортируемых товаров составляет сельскохозяйственная экологически чистая продукция. И в рамках проекта коммерциализация сельского хозяйства, реализуемого Министерством сельского хозяйства Таджикистана и компанией НИРАС, финансируемого Всемирным банком, при сотрудничестве с Торгово-промышленной палатой Республики Таджикистан была разработана сельскохозяйственная информационная платформа на базе интернет-сайта tajikproduce.com. И также, пользуясь случаем, я бы хотела, чтобы вы посетили наш интернет-сайт и ознакомились с продукцией сельскохозяйственной Республики Таджикистан. В ходе различных международных мероприятий импортеры из различных стран выразили большой интерес к таджикской сельскохозяйственной продукции и в целом информации о Таджикистане с целью налаживания долгосрочного сотрудничества в этой сфере. И на основании собранной информации было принято решение о создании универсального инструмента, который улучшает доступ к информации и в целом будет способствовать продвижению экспорта плодоовощной продукции из нашей страны на рынки других государств. Платформа предоставлена в формате информационного портала, предоставляющего информацию для иностранных импортеров и таджикских экспортеров. Для импортеров упор сделан на потенциал экспорта таджикской сельхозпродукции и актуальные контакты экспортеров. По окончании проекта данная платформа будет передана полностью Торгово-промышленной палате Республики Таджикистан в целях устойчивости и своевременного обновления информационной платформы. И в целом также и для экспортируемой продукции из Республики Таджикистан. В заключение, уважаемые коллеги, хочу заверить вас, что Торгово-промышленная палата Республики Таджикистан намерена и в будущем тесно сотрудничать в рамках делового совета ШОС. И, как вы знаете, в этом году председательство переходит в 2021 году, председательство переходит к Республике Таджикистан. И мы очень надеемся, что в следующем году, может быть, мы даже и соберемся уже в режиме офлайн, где будем обсуждать наши проблемы, а также продвижение и по вопросам поддержки МСП, и по другим актуальным темам на сегодняшние дни. Кроме того, я бы хотела в заключение сказать, что ТПП Таджикистана, она готова к сотрудничеству, готова поделиться с нашими сегодняшними имеющимися ресурсами информационного характера и другими. И мы открыты к диалогу. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All the very best for your expo. I'm sure we'll all participate and make a success out of it. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestions that came up. I mean, we will take note of those suggestions and, they can definitely be included in our action plan. I would now like to invite Mr. Mohammad Azim Anis from Pakistan to share his thoughts and suggestions, a profile for him. He's a dynamic and competent entrepreneur having vast experience in the field of SMEs. He is the convener of FPCCI Standing Committee on the SMEs for the year 2020. He holds a master's degree from the United Kingdom. He is the director of Khiali Paper and Board Mills Limited, Private Limited, having more than 20 years of experience in the field of paper and board manufacturing industry. He has formerly served at the following positions: former President, Gujranwala Chamber of Commerce and Industry, October 18 to September 19. Member of the Board of Directors, Cattle Management Company, Gujranwala. Member of Alternative Dispute Resolution Committee of Federal Board of Revenue, Gujranwala. Member of Executive Committee of Gujranwala Chamber of Commerce and Industry, 2018 to 2020. Member and Board of Management of Tevta Gujranwala. Member and Board of Governors of Social Welfare at the Government of Punjab. Former Nazim Khiali UC 32. Mr. Anis, over to you.
I think he's not there. So probably, Mr. Narayan, what we could do is we could move forward and invite Miss Adina, because Miss Elena would like to speak later. So we can invite Miss Adina from Kazakhstan.
Sure. So I would now like to invite the Kazakhstan representative, Ms. Adina, to share her thoughts with us. She is the Director of Department of Borrowing and International Relations, Damo Entrepreneurship Development Fund, JSC, at Kazakhstan. She has graduated from the Anglo-American University in Prague with a degree in business administration. She also holds a degree from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. She began her career in the banking sector. She has extensive experience in organizing and coordinating work with international investment banks, foreign investors and creditors. She's participated in the debut issue of the tenge-dominated Eurobonds, as well as for the first issue of green bonds in Kazakhstan. Ms. Arina, over to you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Narayan, for the introduction and for having me here. Дорогие участники делового конклава ШОС, рада вас приветствовать. Благодарю за организацию и предоставленную возможность рассказать, как правительство Республики Казахстан и фонд ДАМУ в частности справляется с последствиями пандемии. Sorry, I will share my presentation. Видно? Okay. So let me, позвольте мне рассказать немного о нашем фонде. Фонд ДАМУ – один из первых институтов развития Казахстана, деятельность которого направлена на содействие социально-экономического развития страны с миссией исполнять активную роль в устойчивом развитии микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства в Казахстане посредством реализации комплексных и эффективных инструментов поддержки. Уже более 20 лет фонд активно продвигает на рынок инструменты государственной поддержки предпринимательства путем реализации государственных и собственных программ, которые способствуют укреплению отечественного товаропроизводителя, сохранению действующих и созданию новых постоянных рабочих мест. Таким образом, основными инструментами поддержки фонда ДАМУ являются это финансирование малого и среднего бизнеса по низкой ставке вознаграждения на длительные сроки в рамках государственных и собственных программ на льготных условиях через банки второго уровня и микрофинансовые организации. Хорошо. Второй инструмент поддержки фонда ДАМУ – это субсидирование кредитов предпринимателей, где конечная ставка для заемщика составляет 6%. Далее это предоставление гарантий для кредитования предпринимателей при нехватке у предпринимателя залогового обеспечения. В рамках своей стратегии к устойчивому развитию фонд ДАМУ уделяет также особое внимание ДАМУ, да, и поддержки зеленых проектов. Помимо вышеупомянутого, фонд проводит обучение для предпринимателей по основным для предпринимательства и по совершению навыков ведения бизнеса. То есть обучение проводится в рамках программы фонда «Дистанционная поддержка развития предпринимательства». Так, например, в 2019 году около 8 тысяч предпринимателей прошли дистанционное обучение на нашем портале. Кроме того, при содействии фонда предприниматели могут пройти зарубежное обучение по программам зарубежных партнеров фонда. Далее. Пандемия коронавирусной инфекции нанесла серьезный удар по мировой экономике. Казахстан, как и другие государства, переживает этот беспрецедентный кризис и спешно начал принимать антикризисные меры поддержки экономики. Так, например, правительством Республики Казахстан были внесены изменения в государственные программы, это дорожная карта бизнеса 2025 и экономика простых вещей. В части снятия отраслевых ограничений, а также унифицирована ставка для предпринимателей на уровне 6%. Дополнительно выделено около $1,5 миллиарда США для обеспечения льготного кредитования оборотного капитала малого и среднего бизнеса. Согласно поручению президента Республики Казахстан, все кредиты для малого и среднего бизнеса, они подлежат субсидированию. Кроме того, предоставлены налоговые послабления для 700 тысяч предпринимателей, отсрочены платежи и дана возможность рефинансирования кредита на льготных условиях. Вместе с тем продлена специальная программа пополнения оборотного капитала средств для малого и среднего бизнеса Национального банка, и дополнительно на эти цели выделено около $500 миллионов США. На данном слайде представлена небольшая статистика по поддержке фонда для МСБ. В период введения действия ЧП по инструменту субсидирования фондом поддержано 2258 проектов на общую сумму кредитов около 500 миллиардов тенге и дополнительно одобрено 1179 проектов. По инструменту гарантирования поддержано 2467 проектов на общую сумму 158,2 миллиарда тенге. Вместе с тем, фондом также согласовано предоставление реструктуризации по проектам гарантирования и субсидирования в общей сложности по около 7 тысяч проектов получат реструктуризацию своих займов. Немаловажно отметить, что бизнес-процессы фонда оптимизированы на 94%, а к концу 2020 года ожидается достигнуть 100% показателя. Мы заметили, что доля онлайн-заявок во время ЧП по проектам гарантирования увеличилась с 22 до 40%, по проектам субсидирования с 75 до 90%. То есть сложившаяся ситуация показала, что предприниматели могут успешно получить поддержку фонда в режиме онлайн. Следующий слайд. На данном слайде представлены наши основные зарубежные партнеры, с кем фонд сотрудничает на протяжении уже многих лет. Хотелось бы отметить, что фонд всегда открыт к сотрудничеству и совместной реализации проектов. На этом моя презентация подошла к концу. Благодарю за внимание. В случае наличия вопросов буду рада на них ответить. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adina, for that. We will take down those suggestions that you've made, and we'll work on that. I'd now like to invite the Uzbekistan representative, Mr. Shukrat Izmaratov, to share his perspective with us. In terms of profile, he is the head of the department, Agency for Small Business Development, Uzbekistan. Mr. Shukrat, over to you.
Спасибо большое. Добрый день, уважаемые участники сегодняшнего совета. Пользуясь случаем, позвольте поблагодарить организаторов сегодняшнего мероприятия за
You need to unmute.
So you're on mute. Mr. Shukrat, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Can the admin unmute him, please? Can the host? Yeah, that's better.
Слышно меня?
You'll have to start again.
Мне повторить, слышно было меня до этого?
Нет, нет, не слышно было.
Не слышно было? Ну, тогда еще раз я повторюсь. Узбекистан уделяет особое внимание развитию торгово-экономических отношений со странами ШОС, которые имеют огромный экономический потенциал. Опыт и технологии Индии, Китая и других стран ШОС имеют большое значение для нашей страны, которая в последние годы уделяет особое внимание внедрению новых технологий и инноваций в сфере предпринимательства. Развитие предпринимательства, поддержка предпринимательской инициативы является условием для успешного развития экономики любого государства. Малое и среднее предпринимательство вносит большой вклад в обеспечение занятости населения, создавая рабочие места миллионам граждан. Поэтому поддержка малого и среднего бизнеса является в настоящее время одной из важнейших задач любого государства, в частности нашего, которое в последние несколько лет уделяет большое внимание. Согласно мировой статистике, к категориям микро, макро, малого и среднего предпринимательства относятся около 90% всех предприятий в мире. В них занято приблизительно 70% трудоспособного населения, а их доля приходится 50% мирового ВВП. На сегодняшний день в Узбекистане действует более 580 тысяч субъектов. Не слышно? На сегодняшний день в Узбекистане действует более 580 тысяч субъектов предпринимательства, из которых более 400 тысяч субъекты относятся к малому бизнесу. Это получается порядка 70%. В связи с этим пандемия COVID-19 стала разрушительным потрясением для Узбекистана и мировой экономики в частности. И застигнул врасплох даже самые крупные мировые экономики. Многие предприятия столкнулись с непростыми временами, которые предстоит еще пережить. Основными вызовами стали снижение выручки, риск заражения персонала, перебои в логистических цепочках, недостаток антикризисного управления и неопределенность в перспективах. Правительство большинства стран занято разработкой и обновлением комплекса программ стимулирования и мер экономического воздействия беспрецедентно по своим масштабам и охвату. Правительством Узбекистана также были предприняты беспрецедентные меры по поддержке субъектов предпринимательства. В частности, в период пандемии COVID-19 Центральный банк Республики Узбекистан и финансово-кредитные организации расширили перечень удаленных видов услуг. По данным Центрального банка, на сегодня число пользователей дистанционных банковских услуг в стране превысило 10 миллионов. В непростой для страны период банки Узбекистана пошли на уступки своим клиентам. Многие решили предоставлять дистанционные услуги юридическим лицам без абонентской платы в течение 2-6 месяцев. В стране была внедрена система дистанционного рассмотрения обращений по вопросам отсрочки платежей по кредитам как для юридических, так и для физических лиц. Коммерческие банки имеют возможность дистанционно принимать заявки на продление срока действия банковской карты, ее перезапуск и открытие. 80% предпринимателей Узбекистана приостановили деятельность. Их освободили от уплаты налогов. В Узбекистане на сегодняшний день временно приостановили свою деятельность свыше 200 тысяч индивидуальных предпринимательств. Временно отменили налоги на землю и имущество, чтобы поддержать бизнес. Президентом страны был подписан ряд очередных мер по поддержке субъектов предпринимательства в период коронавирусной пандемии. Он был направлен только на частные предприятия без какой-либо госдоли в основном фонде. Благодаря данному документу, давший налоговые послабления, средний и малый бизнес республики получил шансы выжить. Я хотел поделиться кратко основными из поддержек. На 2 месяца ставка социального налога для малых предприятий и микрофирм снизилась на 11 процентных пунктов, с 12 до 1%. Но при условии, что они сохранили оплату труда работников в объеме не более 50% от аналогового показателя за февраль 2020 года. Были освобождены от уплаты налога на имущество и земельного налога с 1 июня до 1 сентября текущего года все субъекты малого предпринимательства, рынки, торговые комплексы, кинотеатры, предприятия общепита, предприятия общественного транспорта, а также юридические лица, осуществляющие деятельность по перевозке пассажиров, оказанию бытовых услуг, предоставлению помещений в аренду и спортивно-оздоровительных заведений. Малому бизнесу и микрофирмам списали налоги на имущество и землю, подлежащие оплате за апрель и май текущего года, по которым уже были беспроцентная отсрочка в соответствии с прежними президентскими указами. Списаны были также пени и штрафы по земельному налогу и налогу на имущество, образовавшиеся с 1 января текущего года. Малому бизнесу микрофирмам до 1 сентября текущего года предоставили отсрочку по взысканию с них задолженности по налогам, пеням и начисленным штрафам за нарушение налогового законодательства, поставлены на 15 мая текущего года. До 1 июля 2020 года микрофирмам и малым предприятиям, которые работали не менее года до обращения в таможню, могли применить отсрочку по уплате таможенной пошлины и акцизного налога при ввозе непотребительских товаров сроком на 120 дней. Государственный фонд поддержки предпринимательской деятельности частично компенсирует покрытие процентных расходов по кредитам коммерческих банков. Мера коснулась инвестиционных кредитов в национальной валюте с процентной ставкой не выше 1,75-кратного размера основной процентной ставки Центрального банка в первый год действия кредитного договора. И кредитов до 500 миллионов сумм, это что буквально получается 50 тысяч долларов, выдаваемых до 1 октября 2020 года на пополнение оборотных средств в размере 10% на срок действия кредитного договора. Вместе с тем хотел бы обратить внимание на тот факт, что руководство страны были осуществлены беспрецедентные меры по поддержке субъектов малого бизнеса и до пандемии коронавируса. Как вам известно, Узбекистан вступил в новую эру экономического развития с полной либерализацией экономики. Об этом свидетельствует и первые успехи в реализации реформ и либерализации внутреннего рынка. За последние годы только правительственные решения, коснувшиеся улучшения бизнес-среды и поддержки предпринимательской деятельности, насчитываются более 100 документов. Образование агентства по развитию предпринимательства еще раз доказывает об этом. С вашего позволения, я бы хотел дать краткую информацию о нашем агентстве. Наше агентство было создано относительно недавно, в августе прошлого года. В соответствии с указом Республики Узбекистан, агентство является государственным и уполномоченным органом по реализации единой государственной политики, направленной на развитие малого и среднего бизнеса и всех форм частного предпринимательства. Вместе с тем, основной задачей агентства является расширение и повышение эффективности системы поддержки развития всех форм предпринимательства и увеличение широких слоев населения в занятии бизнесом. Следует также отметить, что в структуру агентства входит Государственный фонд по поддержке предпринимательской деятельности, основными задачами которых являются предоставление финансовой поддержки в форме поручительства и гарантий, а также компенсации на покрытие процентов расходов по кредитам коммерческих банков. В последнее время правительство страны поставило задачи по разработке нового законодательства по поддержке малого и среднего предпринимательства. Были поставлены задачи по разработке механизмов поддержки субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства. Спасибо за внимание. Данной презентации. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. We will thank you for those suggestions and the best practices that we heard from you. We now welcome Ms. Elena Devyova from Russia to share her perspective with us. in terms of a brief profile, she's the President CCI of Russia. She's the Vice President CCI of Russia. From 91 to 2016, she was the Director of Limited Liability Company Safety. From 1988 to 1991, she was the instructor of MGK Commercial, commander of the Moscow Student Guide Detachment. From 84 to 88, full-time studies in the Faculty of Engineering and Economics of the Moscow Institute of Technology. In terms of social work, until April 2016, chairman of the Committee of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Russian Federation of Development of Private Entrepreneurship, Small and Medium Businesses, member of the regional headquarters of All Russian Popular Front in Moscow. In 2016, he was awarded a diploma of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Russian Federation for a great contribution to the development of small business in the Russian Federation. In 2014, the Minister of Economic Development expressed gratitude for the merits in the implementation of state policy on the development of small, medium businesses. In 2015, she was awarded the diploma of Minister of Economic Development. In 2015, she was awarded the second degree distinction of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Russian Federation. Ms. Elena, over to you.
Спасибо большое, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день. Очень интересная дискуссия. Много разных мер поддержки предложено предприятиям малого и среднего бизнеса. Действительно, пандемия – это новый вызов. И я могу сказать, что начиная с марта, когда у нас была, в общем-то, остановлено очень много разных видов деятельности, мы практически в еженедельном режиме проводили опрос предпринимателей. У нас есть сервис, который называется «Бизнес-барометр», который позволял нам отслеживать ситуацию и настроение наших предпринимателей. Могу сказать, что практически 46% МСП вынуждены были остановить свою работу. И это, конечно, сказалось на тех экономических показателях, которые мы сейчас видим, и на тех экстренных мерах поддержки, которые предоставило государство. Самые востребованные для малых предпринимателей – это, конечно, снижение и отсрочка налогов, это снижение и отсрочка по арендным платежам и льготные беспроцентные кредиты на ведение деятельности. Сейчас мы фиксируем, что основная часть предпринимателей говорит о том, что на восстановление своей деятельности уйдет от 1,5 до 2 лет. Это серьезно, это вызов, и мы, как система торгово-промышленных палат, рассматриваем разные меры поддержки, разные меры помощи нашим предпринимателям по восстановлению своей экономической деятельности. Несколько факторов, которых хочу рассказать. Первое. У нас введен режим самозанятости. Это очень простой, доступный и очень востребованный режим сейчас в этой ситуации. Могу сказать, что для регистрации необходим только телефон. Зарегистрироваться можно в течение 10 минут, и ты можешь начинать вести свою деятельность. Не нужны кассовые аппараты, не нужен отдельный расчетный счет в банке, не нужно сдавать никакой отчетности. Через телефон ты получаешь деньги, подтверждаешь чеки автоматические, и налоговая раз в месяц присылает тебе сумму начисленных налогов. За несколько месяцев в этот режим сейчас перешло 1 300 000 человек. Это те, кто только начинают предпринимательскую деятельность, те, кто остались без работы и хотят сами себе помогать зарабатывать на жизнь. Это те предприниматели, которые не могут вести деятельность, и, допустим, компания остановлена, но сами, как вот самозанятые, помогают и зарабатывают себе на жизнь. Это очень удобно. Ставка налога с оборота, к сожалению, но это 6%, если вам платят организации, и 4%, если деньги от частных лиц. Очень быстро, просто, в любую минуту, если ты понимаешь, что больше ты не работаешь или ты возобновил деятельность в своей компании, ты можешь сняться с учета и больше не являться плательщиком налога. Торгово-промышленная палата предложила еще несколько очень востребованных сервисов. Это переход в онлайн бизнес-миссии. Нужно сказать, что мы провели уже порядка 50 межрегиональных таких бизнес-миссий, порядка 20 международных. И вот так как мы с вами сейчас общаемся и слушаем друг друга, так общается бизнес, показывает друг другу образцы, то, что они делают, то, что они умеют, взаимодействуют глаза в глаза. Это помогает не останавливаться, а налаживать взаимодействие и выстраивать бизнес-процессы в расчете на ближайшее будущее. Очень хорошо этот формат зарекомендовал себя в туристической сфере. Да, сейчас практически все полеты закрыты. Но мы с вами понимаем, что это не будет вечно. Ну, я надеюсь, что это не будет длиться бесконечно долго. И мы снова захотим, и наши граждане захотят путешествовать, ездить друг к другу. И вот сейчас выстраиваются цифровые платформы, в том числе и с помощью государства в туриндустрии. Это позволяет продвигать возможности каждой страны для быстрого восстановления туризма. Хочу сказать, что с 1 января 2021 года у нас вводятся электронные визы для въезда иностранных граждан из 52 иностранных государств в Российскую Федерацию. В целях расширения сотрудничества, в том числе и с государствами-членами ШОС, в целях повышения осведомленности, продвижения возможностей туриндустрии каждой страны, мы считаем, что необходимо продвигать вот это онлайн-взаимодействие, больше давать возможности нашему бизнесу, нашим людям видеть друг друга, общаться друг с другом, готовить контакты, готовить взаимодействие. Это позволит восстановиться очень быстро по окончании периода ограничения. И, конечно, это будет позволять развивать нам с вами новые виды туризма, агротуризм, экологический, промышленный туризм. Все это сейчас показывает очень серьезные цифры роста внутри страны, потому что это востребовано в том числе и нашими предпринимателями, которые сейчас ищут формы, как перейти от того бизнеса, который перестал приносить деньги, к новым формам, которые позволят перестроиться, перенастроить и позволять зарабатывать, несмотря на пандемическую реальность. Поэтому, уважаемые коллеги, с одной стороны, всем здоровья, Нам предстоит еще много помогать в восстановлении наших предпринимателей. Нам очень с вами нужны контакты для того, чтобы в рамках сотрудничества стран ШОС развивать малый бизнес каждой страны в отдельности и малый бизнес всех наших объединений вместе. Спасибо большое.
Thank you for that, Ms. Dubova. A very practical lie of the line situation. A very inspiring and optimistic speech there. Thank you for that. With that, we actually come to the end of the demand generation session that we had for MSMEs during this pandemic. Thank you all for sharing your valuable views and suggestions. We now come to the close of the session, but before that, I'll just like to reiterate the plan going forward. From some of you, we received some very explicit suggestions about what we could do. We will surely mull on that and add that to the plan of action. Every member country spoke about their experience in dealing with this pandemic, and many of you all also spoke about the best practices and what worked best. At FICCI, we propose two things going forward. One, we propose that we hold an MSME summit for the SCO region, and along with the B2B meetings on the site. Science, we would like your views on that one, and we'd be happy as a secretariat for SCO in India to host this summit. We will also collate all these suggestions and pick all the ideas that have come in and build an action plan on best practices, and we will share this with the group. Thank you. It was a lovely session, and I thoroughly enjoyed participating in it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Narayan,
Well, thank you all very much, Mr. Narayan. Thank you very much. Thank everyone for joining us. I just want to say a few words. First of all, I think that we talked about two very important sets of topics. The first being, everything to do with COVID response, which I think is concerning to us. And in that context, using traditional medicines. And I think that there really is something there. I think we need to collaborate on research together. Many comments made by the speakers were really taken on board, and FICCI in India and India will work with all of you to really put this into action. Registration of traditional medicine amongst SCO member states, exploring single window clearance for these medicines. And I think very important to find ways to give more recognition, make these things more open market access by such companies, and recognition of Ayurveda doctors as doctors in different countries, for example. So I think these are all important factors. In terms of the MSME sector, I'm a great believer. We need to do what we can to build this up, whether it's building grievance redressal mechanisms, a portal on SCO, that's a good thing to do. I think digital is critical. We all said that many times for the last few hours. E-commerce is the future, is already happening, is already huge. And I think with the artificial intelligence and industrial 4.0 in the MSME sector, technology is going to be critical and a key enabler for us to be able to harness the full potential of these industries in the region. I would just like to take 5 minutes and talk about entrepreneurship, because actually I think that one of the things we all need to work on is job creation in our countries. There's an economic recession globally, and we want to make sure that this doesn't turn into a magnified situation with an ecological crisis, geopolitical depression, and many other things that could happen. I think it's extremely important for us to invest in our people. And the best way to invest in our people is to invest in MSMEs and entrepreneurs. And whatever we can do to really push that agenda, we should all do, work together to do that, and find ways to really build public-private partnerships together to do that. We, as a foundation, are working with foundations from all your countries and all over the world. And we are, part of a group of people organizing something where we're giving away $300 million in prizes this year to entrepreneurs, small technology entrepreneurs around the world in 195 countries. We've had 300,000 entrepreneurs apply, and the finals are on December the 5th. Please look at the website ESGX, like ESGX.global, and join the finals, join the movement. And next year, we have agreed with Mr. Kanavsky and with SCO that this is going to become a fully integrated architecture within the SCO itself in every country. And we hope to give away by next year $1 billion. Our target next year is 1 million entrepreneurs and $1 billion of rewards. This year it's $300 million of rewards, 300,000 entrepreneurs. So hopefully we will do that, and we ask you to join the movement, esgx.global. Please join the movement. So with that, I hand over to my colleague and friend Manish, who will maybe make some final comments and some final remarks. We very much enjoyed having this session. We enjoyed having you on board. Thank you for spending so much time with us and for sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us. We very much look forward to building out a better future for the people who live in our countries over the coming years. And please, most importantly, stay safe, stay healthy, look after your families and loved ones, because it's a difficult moment for everyone. Manish, over to you. You're on mute. You're on mute, Manish.
Yeah. Thank you, Shiv. I think you've said it all, and I have briefly imbibed, some of the talks which were going on the whole afternoon. But yes, I think it's my duty and, of course, a privilege to thank all the eminent people on the panels during the inaugural session. President Fiki, Secretary General was there. We, of course, miss the presence of our minister today. But I think still what we've achieved today, it really gives a lot of pride to Fiki. And it's been, I would say, a lot of movement forward, considering that India became a full member of SCO in 2017. And Fiki was entrusted the job by Government of India to represent India on behalf of business. This full membership, of course, has meant a lot of responsibility, but at the same time, it's also helped us to really look at the whole SCO grouping as a big opportunity. It's not only about 1.5 billion people, and we are talking about $8 to $9 trillion of economy, but we also engage a lot, much more besides the SCO platform, in various ways through BRICS or IORA or G20 at multiple levels. At bilateral levels with each of the SCO country, India has a very strong engagement. But, something which I would like to pick up from the Indian chair, Mr. Shiv Khemka's remarks earlier on, is that we probably need to harness this economic potential by expanding the business council with more business people from across all the SCO member countries. We've heard some of them today and during the earlier deliberations, but if we can formalize this process, I think that will help us to draw a roadmap of engagement on the trade, investment issues, opportunities. And like some of the opportunities discussed today, we discussed about traditional medicine, we discussed about MSME cooperation. So this has to be probably taken forward in a bit of a structured way. So if we have slightly wider representation from the industry, we can probably form working groups, let's say, on these two areas. So we looked at research collaboration in traditional medicine. India is also proposing that probably traditional medicine and mutual recognition of doctors should happen among the SCO member states. Now, these are big opportunities. We heard today how the traditional medicine itself, which is, very largely prevalent, especially in India and China, can probably help us to fight pandemics or at least mitigate its effect. Similarly, MSME cooperation. MSME is a big potential area in India also, as it is in most of the SCO member states, and enabling digitization and technology absorption by MSMEs. again requires a bit of a concerted focus from the industry in all the SCO member countries. So with this thought, I would just like to leave and thank you all once again. We hope to keep on engaging and maybe divide these two areas and some actionables we drew today into smaller round tables where we could look at the next steps towards this. Thank you. Have a good day. Everybody stay safe and have a good week ahead. Thank you.
I would like to end with just saying thank you very much to Fiki, because Fiki has done a tremendous job. Manish, Sushma, Rohit, the whole team has done a tremendous job. The Ayush committee, thank them very much for their help, and the CM SME chairs and leadership at Fiki as well. So thank you very much. We really appreciate the time and effort that's gone into preparing this. Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Bye-bye.
And we look forward to speaking again. Bye-bye.